can't see me. What is up, guys? Oh man, I wasn't here last week. I apologize. What's up, Cheto? How you doing? It's almost the New Year's. We're already getting into 2025. That's crazy. Oh look, something new. Something new. This is what I was doing all day yesterday. This is my whole entire day yesterday, and it sucked really bad, so I hurt. What's up, Nathaniel? Hope you're doing well. Not just 9, but others, but oh, hold on, 8 because Andrew might be lurking. I don't know if it counts me. I don't think it does. I don't think it counts me because I always have it on the studio screen. I don't think it counts me, but I'll count me. I think I'm special enough to be counted. But yes, we have something to do today. This is pretty much today, and the chat's weird. I guess that looks fine. Yeah, the chat looks fine. But yes, we have like 175, I think I counted, shows to go over. You know, some of them it's going to be like shows that I dropped after like 5 episodes or something. So I won't have like a full opinion on them, but it's gonna be fun. It is gonna be a fun ride today. So I wanted to get started early, and get through all of it, so that I can get to editing Meshuggah Monday, because I've been busy all week. I do have something to show off really quickly before we get started. And Earthly's here, so that's fantastic. But Earthly sent me stuff. Earthly sent me gifts, which is cool. I like the fact that he sent me characters from 100 Girlfriends, and he got me the best, of course. Best girl, if my camera wants to focus, there it goes. We got Karane, best girl. So I'm going to probably put that on here eventually. Which, yes. There's something else he sent me. Roxy just chilling on there. I've been looking for a Roxy to put on my mic for the longest time. Like I like the saber. She's super cute with the pinch. I was looking for something like this with Roxy. And so this is the next best thing. And then we got second best girl. She's second place, but very close. And then it came with a bunch of stickers, but I'm guessing they're just stuff that they throw in. And this is the craziest thing, because he spoiled it. He spoiled it before. Yeah, she's very popular. He spoiled it beforehand, saying that he was looking to get me a card that was signed by Roxy Seiyu, and he said he couldn't get it. And then I open up the package, and this falls out, and I immediately thought it was Roxy. So I feel bad because I was like, I got like super excited and had a moment of like disappointment, but then I was still happy in the end. But I guess I could take it out here so you can actually see it. I was like, holy crap, is he trolling me? But it's still amazing. If it'll pick up on the cam very well. Isn't that amazing? Of course, it's the female Seiyu, the one that voices Rudius, young version, not the Abanayo version. It's not the Abanayo version of Rudius. I don't know if you care about the back. That's amazing though. Thank you so much, Early. That's freaking amazing. You don't have a grand. Dude, no, because there was a side of me that when you said that you found one and you got outbid, I'm like, dude, those are expensive. I mean, I appreciate it a lot, but at the same time, dude, like, I'm afraid of how much this costed. Like, I hope this didn't cost you too much, otherwise I feel really bad. But thank you so much, man. That's amazing. I'm thinking about it. Hold on. Yeah, I can finally officially say that I have. It's printed signature, but of course it's their signature, but they print it. Rudy was super cheap. Poor Rudy. I don't know. Is there the male? I forget what his name is. Seiyu. Edis would be hard to find too. Yeah. But I think this is my first like signature. I think I probably have something that has like an art book that has a signature in it that's printed. But I think this is like my first signature. I can't think of anything that actually have signatured. As much as I'm a big fan of anime, I have zero. I have zero signed things. Like I was this close to buying. Otaku Mode has an art of Renji Murata, and it has his signature on it. But I wasn't sure if it was an official signature or if it was a printed signature because I didn't want to bother buying it for how much it was if it was an official signature. Their store claimed it's an official signature, but sometimes those things are printed. But I would love to get like Renji Murata, Kindra Suda. I thought about tweeting at Kindra Suda like every day and asking for a signature. And Kohara too. I would probably do that to Kohara too, but she probably has like an agency handling all that stuff. Of course, Kendra Suda probably does too. Can't even find notice. Did you see my comment? Which one? I get like thousands of comments at this point. It sucks so bad that I can't read all comments anymore. I feel super bad that people comment on my stuff and I can't read it all. Like there's reading comments is like two-sided now. Like since the channel has grown, because I used to be able to like reply to everybody or at least read everybody. As the channel has grown, it's gotten to a point where I literally would have to spend half my day checking comments. But there's also like there's a mental, like I'm very thick-skinned. Like like people will like badger me like ruthlessly and it just rolls off my back. I just don't care. But I do think at some point it gets to you. Not that it makes me, cry to my sleep going, oh my gosh, people think that I'm fat, or, oh, this guy called me a neckbeard, or, oh, this other guy says that my taste is garbage. It just changes how you think. Like, I can find myself changing how I think because I'm overcautious about that kind of stuff. It gets to you eventually. Like, I think it's an impossibility that it doesn't get to you in some way. So, like, I have to take breaks on it. What did you decide to do with the last gift? Oh, I haven't opened it yet. It's like right here. E-begging for signatures is pretty... Hey, I do a lot to support my seiyus. I fangirl about Kindra Suda all the time. The least he could do is give us a signature to his biggest fan. Like, I even explained to people why Kindra Suda's holiday wish is being a minute long, even though it's like 4 seconds of him actually saying Merry Christmas. It's because it's the anticipation. 26? I already have 26 though. Does it is it signed by Rudius? Is it signed by Rudius or something? I know that you guys meant... I thought you sent me the Japanese version, so I didn't say anything. But now I have 2 copies of 26. Unless it's V2. Don't look at the cover. They said that I can look at the cover, but I don't trust him. Even my own mod said it's okay to look at the cover, but I'm not looking at the cover. I have chosen to not look at the cover. Here, I'm gonna cover it up for everybody else that hasn't read. You can. Lies. I ain't looking at it. I don't trust you guys. The final volumes are always bad. But thank you so much. I appreciate that. I think the thing that like gets me the most is the Rudius. The Rudius card. He's fine, guys. I don't want to. I don't trust you, Earthly. I don't want to. Because the thing about... Because I know what's on the cover. I just don't know what's on the cover, if that makes sense. Like that's with all of them. All of them, I know what's on the cover, but I don't know what's on the cover. I don't know the context or age. Who exactly is there? What do they look like? Are they angry? Are they fighting? Is somebody in bad shape? That kind of stuff. So I know there's a bunch of people and it's a family photo on this, but I don't know who's there and what their age is. And the why even though I know you guys are saying it's fine, why I don't look at it is because it shows me who's still alive. It's the final volume and it shows you who's still alive and what their age is, so you get an idea of who's still around and all that kind of stuff. I'm on chapter 2 of the books, 23 in the audiobooks. Oh, chapter 2 of book 23. Yeah, it's fine. That's why I appreciate the honesty. Have you ever tried learning Nihongo? I just don't have time. Like I don't think with AI technology and translations, I don't think at this point there's much benefit to it. I would love to eventually, just so that when I make a trip there, it's not as difficult. I know basics, but I don't know, like, I wouldn't be able to hold a conversation. Still scared of the policies. What else I have? Oh yeah, I have a bunch of other stuff. I don't know how this worked out. Somebody got me like a whole bunch of Blu-rays off my wish list, and they ended up giving me pretty much every single one of the Satoshi Kons. So they got me Perfect Blue, Tokyo Godfathers. I still haven't watched this. I'm planning on doing a top 10 or a top, probably a top 10 movies. And I still need to watch this first, and I need to watch this, which is the other one they got me. So I need to watch both of these before I do my top 10 list. I hope that my top 10 list isn't like nothing but Satoshi Kons. But I've been like holding off on watching Satoshi Kon films because I want to take my time going through all of them, because they're just like, it's the fact that unfortunately he's no longer here. So it's like, I don't want to rush through all of Satoshi Kon's work and then be like, oh, now I have no more Satoshi Kon. I should have watched this. If I had known that I was going to get this, I probably would have broke it up immediately. And be like everybody else, you gotta watch it every single year for Christmas. It's the best Christmas movies. It's the Die Hard of Japan. But Perfect Blue was amazing, dude. Perfect Blue is a freaking amazing film. I would argue, like, right now, if you ask me what my #1 film of all time, it'd be very hard for me not to say Perfect Blue. It's a masterpiece. Like, it is literally like perfect pacing, the cinematography, if you want to call it that, the directing, of course, Satoshi Kon. Everything about it's perfect. Like, it is absolutely perfect. Anyways, they also got me ReZero limited edition 2nd season, but it was from Amazon. they purchased through Amazon, so you can guess what happened with that. It didn't arrive too happy. So I'm sending that back. Hopefully I can get another one. I got this, which I also need to watch before I do my top list. Stupid freaking camera's being like super dumb about focus right now. I don't know why. Josie and the Tiger. Josie, the Tiger, and the Fish. Still haven't watched it. Wheelchair Girl. I thought that I had this already, but they bought me the... they bought me Is the Order of Rabbit Bloom, and I totally thought I already had it. So now I officially have all of Is the Order of Rabbit, which is great. Beak Stream. And then apparently I didn't have Miss Kobayashi Dragon Maid either, so they got me 2nd season of that. So I think I have all of Miss Kobayashi Dragon Maid now too. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. I like the fact that I don't have to worry about collecting anime anymore, because everybody that knows me just buys me anime. Dude, turning, it's already there. I'm gonna mess this up by doing this, but I'll do it. I'll do it anyways. All that up there. Yuki, get my crappy camera stand stepping on Yuki's toys. It's okay, Yuki. She's not happy right now because there's a storm outside. She's having a crisis. But no, that's just one wall. That's just one wall. That pretty much is the entire room. I've made these shelves throughout the entire room for all of it. But yeah, I already had like tons of Blu-rays. Anyways, but yeah, I've chilled out over the last few years, so that's why they've actually been able to buy me a bunch of these, because I don't collect much anymore because I'm trying to budget everything now. I need to get gushing over Magical Girls, speaking of which. Is that it? I think that's it. Again, thank you, Earthly, very, very much. Amazing. Thank you. I will have to find a place probably in the cabinets back here with this. Cool stuff. I always like Mushiko merch. And I'm sad that I didn't get Roxy's. And see, now the worst part about you mentioning the Roxy is now I'm like consciously thinking about hunting one down. Like I'm like consciously thinking about hunting one down now. I want it now. That's just like Adrian bringing up the owning my art books. Now I kind of want to do that now. I want to get that set. I might order it before the year ends and write it off. By the owning my art books and then write it off. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, Tokyo Godfather, I really badly need to read it. Or watch it. Did Yuki ever play with something in your collection? Nah. She's pretty good about just sticking with whatever's hers. Plus all my stuff's like all locked up. I keep all my stuff locked up and put up. I'm very... I mean, this is like a whole day yesterday ordeal of... I didn't really explain this. Let me go back. Let's go back. Let's go back to the cam. So what I did yesterday, my entire day yesterday, was taking down each one of these one by one, completely disassembling them, moving all the figures out, of course. And then I had to do a full clean of the glass itself, which is, of course, 4 massive panels and then each of the shelves. And then after that, I took craft paper, black craft paper, and I wrapped the back of the glass because I didn't want these new lights to reflect off of the glass and come back to the camera. So I had to basically almost like Christmas wrap the back glass panel and stretch it out, tape it down so it's nice and flat. That's why it's pretty much smooth rather than having it bubble. And then I had to place it inside the cabinet, put it back together, put weather stripping around the edges so that, prevents a lot of dust from getting inside of it. And then after that, test it with the door because the weather stripping would block the door from closing. Then I had to run the wires for the light strips, cut the, what's the name of the stupid thing? Diffusers? The light diffusers, whatever. And place them on each one of the shelves so they shine down on the actual figures themselves, run the wire out of it, and plug it up. So that was a long ordeal. That was a very long ordeal. But it works. It works. I'm happy with how it turned out. It's not as bright as I was fearful of it becoming, because I was afraid of this becoming extremely bright, and then it kind of drowns me out. But it turned out good, so. Good stuff. Good stuff. Hopefully people enjoy it. Being able to see stuff. I think they stand out more now. I was afraid they would stand out, but they'd be too blurry that they would be a distraction. But I think they look good. I think they actually look really good. I think they actually look... Even though they're still blurry, obviously, because they're out of focus, I think they're a lot more... You can tell what they are. How do I deal with dust accumulation? I hate it. I clean every single week. Like, I have a regiment. Like, every single week, I will dust. I will dust, vacuum, everything. Every single week. We have a lot of dogs in the house. If you guys can probably hear them every now and then. And so, even though I keep this room, like, closed up all the time, it's still, like, even through the AC system, it'll come in here. Changing the filters all the time. Vacuuming, dusting all the damn time. Inside the cases themselves, having the weather stripping and everything does help. But it doesn't stop at all. So you just have to dust it every now and then. I still have to find my brushes. I have like a set of brushes. I'll brush down the figures and then air them out. So anyways. Room tour. This was one of the things I want to do before I do the room tour, because it's like really annoying trying to get lighting set up for just filming the figures. There's still one more thing that I want to do before I do a room tour, and that's replace this desk. This desk is jank as all get. And I'm getting a carpenter to make me an actual proper desk, and I think I'll probably do a room tour after that. We'll see though. I don't want to promise it. I've already promised at 50,000 subs, and everybody thinks it's 10,000 and 20,000, and I've seen some people say 30,000. So I'm not going to promise anything anymore because everybody just skews whatever I say. But we'll get it though. Anyways, the tier list. We should get started with the tier list. 30 minutes later, we should get started with the tier list because I got a lot to go through. Petro's here. Oh gosh, ending the stream. Sorry guys, I can't with Petra here. Yeah, I figured because like I looked online for like desks and none of them are the size that I need, and if they are the size I need, they're garbo. I even tried to order like proper, good, high quality, decent cost desks, and they're just not. They're not durable. Like they're all like they look good, but they're made crap. Like I told the guy I want something that will last. It's an investment. I want something that'll last. It won't sag. It's not press board. I'm sick of this press board garbage. Like everything you buy on Amazon is like just press board garbage. Anyway, so yeah. What is this? How do you get rid of this? Can you go away? How do you get how do you get rid of this stupid screen? I maybe go to normal view and then go back. Okay, the presentation view. Thank you. Anyways, so I have watched over 170 anime in the 2024, so it is time for me to go through all of the anime that I've watched. There's going to be a few that I dropped pretty quickly that I won't have an opinion on, but I pretty much watched all these shows, so I figured it'd be fun to kind of run through here and give my opinions and rank each and every one of them. I'm also planning on doing a top 10. I've been debating doing a top 10 garbage of the year list. I did my top 10 best anime, and I'm thinking of doing like a garbage tier list. And I don't typically like those because it usually kind of turns into people like feeling like personally insulted by somebody bashing their show. So I want to do it in a clever way that's not like, obviously, not because I don't like the feedback, it's because I don't really care to. I'd rather do it in a comical way that you can't argue with the points, I guess. So I think that'll be fun as well. Secret Lab desks are good. I thought about like one of those like elevator ones, whatever you want to call them, sitting ones. Anyways, what a great show to start this list off with is Uzumaki. The show that I dropped when I've already watched 3 of 4 episodes. That tells you something when I literally get 75% through it. I have 20 minutes left to watch and I drop it because I just don't feel like there's a benefit to watching the show. I love Junji Ito. I love his works. But the adaptation, besides the first episode, which was decent, but still like cutting a lot of content, it doesn't deserve to be really anywhere. Should we make an F tier? It's not F tier. It's just like D tier. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. Yeah, it's a PS. No, it's like Resident Evil tank controls turning animation. So it's like PS1. Bartender. I got through, 4 or 5 episodes and I dropped it. It wasn't a bad show. It's actually a good show. I just wasn't feeling in the mood for it. Like I think Bartender is definitely a mood show, and I just wasn't feeling the mood of it. But I think it's a good show. It's basically the whole idea of like him reading people and knowing what kind of drinks they need, and it gets into like their own personal struggles they're having, or at least what I watched so far. But it was a good show. I honestly can't say I kind of kicked myself for not finishing it, but like I said, it's a vibe. Is it Buchigiri? Buchigiri, whatever. I didn't like it. I really hate it. The comedy just wasn't for me. I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that love Buchigiri. I think the comedy is just, it was too juvenile for me. Like I watched it and it was just like constantly talking about like just virginity jokes, and I get so sick of the virginity jokes over and over again. So I'm like, okay, I get it. Moving on. Like his power, his power is literally his virginity or something. I don't know. It was something like that if I remember correctly. It just wasn't. It wasn't my jam, so I dumped it. Dead Demons Destruction obviously ended up in my top 10 list. For everybody that got my spoiler top 10 list, it was in my top 10 list of the year. I really, really enjoyed it. I understand people's criticisms of, you know, the adaptation itself. I looked into the manga while I was watching it, and so I did see a lot of that kind of the differences there, the shifting around of stuff, a lot of cut content, really kind of developing side characters a lot. But I think it as its own thing really worked for me. I love the kind of slice of life, alien apocalypse type of stuff. Had nice visuals. Dude, the visuals is really a big key part of it. I think that they really nailed his unique style. Like, he's got a very unique style to his characters. As much as people don't like the droopy eyes. And yes, I did hate the dub titles. I hated the dub titles. I think they fixed that. I think a lot of people said that they fixed that by now. But when I watched it, it had dub titles, and I hate dub titles so much. Anyways. The girl that couldn't... The girls that... Tale of girls that can't be magicians or couldn't be magicians. I want it to be good. I wanted this show to be so freaking good. It has a great style to it. It's just super... It's super kids. Like, it's super kids show. And so that really kind of brought it down for me. It's very basic storytelling. It's very safe. All I can imagine that it was probably meant for children. It's not a bad show, but it's just super basic storytelling. Super predictable. Super predictable. Sound Euphonium Season 3. Fantastic end to the season. I really wanted this to be in my top 10 list. If it weren't for a lot of other shows being really incredible this year, it would have been in my top 10 list. I think it was a nice conclusion to the story. I couldn't have asked for more. Sound Euphonium, besides second season, besides first season, and I really want to rewatch first season, because I think I probably was just not in the mood for it. But second season onward, I always love the series. It's a fantastic KyoAni work. Very beautiful, great characters. And, I mean, they could do something else, but it seems pretty conclusive. Which I think is pretty much KyoAni original at this point. I mean, it's always been pretty much KyoAni original. But I don't know if the writer has gotten to the point in their lives that they did with the books or not. So I don't know if they can do more. What's up, Promethean? Hope you're doing well. God, what the hell was this? Here's where we get into shows that I forget the name of it. It's like there's so many shows, and there's some that just like I've forgotten at this point. I want to say Grimoire something. It's an okay show. It was like, what, 4, 5 episodes? It was very short. Each episode is them telling a story, and then each story has sort of a twist to it. It's like, one is Red Riding Hood and stuff like that, so they're very well-known stories, but they're always, like, warped in a morbid way. Yeah, it's Grimm Variations or something like that. I know Grimm is in the name. I like the doll story a lot. The Red Riding Hood story was not that great. There was a Hansel and Gretel, if I remember correctly, and I forget what the other one was. Really, the doll one was the only one that I liked, because it was super twisted and super interesting. Very psychological. But the rest of them are very shrug. Like, they're very... Yeah, I kind of expect that's where it was going to go. It was decent, though. I enjoyed the one story. It wasn't much of an investment. So. Konosuba 3. Really enjoyed it. It was fighting to get in my top 10 list. Really, really fighting to get in there. Really enjoyed it. Yeah, Grimm Variations. We figured it out. Konosuba, a nice return to form. I didn't like second season. Third season was really, really funny again. I enjoyed all the stuff where he's in the castle and just soaking up the soaking up the the life. He's getting the life. That stuff was really great. I enjoyed it. Nice return to form, so love it. What's up, Webby? I didn't see you come in earlier. What's going on, man? Yeah, and thanks again for Webby and all the Christmas gifts he gave me earlier. Love the displays. We got McShojo up here. Even though now McShojo, I seen that Evangelion McShojo, and I want a Evangelion McShojo now. McShojo's become my new favorite original character. Not really original, but Beastars. Even though it's like with many other shows this year with really crappy endings to their cores, I really like this new kind of route they're taking. Curious where they're gonna take it going from here. Yeah, I got a nya. Red Bandit, thanks for the 20, man. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Jobless Reincarnation changed my life, made me think about a lot of stuff and improve myself. Love the Jobless Mondays. It's not Jobless Mondays, it's Meshuggah Mondays. I am technically jobless, but I technically do have a job. Thank you so much, Red Bandit. I hope you're doing well, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's get more nyas. I got more nyas. Time for McPilot. Yes, that's right. Getting the Mecha McShojo. Is it chat argument time again? What's the chat argument? You saying that we have arguments here? Everybody here is very like-minded. Everybody agrees with my takes every single time. I have created a bubble around myself. But no, Beastars, this new season, really enjoy it. I will say that I'm kind of fighting with... I'm trying to finish Beastars. You guys keep nyawing me. 2 more nyas. Thank you, Nathaniel. Thank you so much for your support, Nathaniel. It means a lot to me. Beastars, it's been a good season so far. I'm not sure if I'm digging... What's his name? Melon? I'm not sure if I'm digging Melon right now, because it's kind of doing that whole, like, My Hero Academia thing, where it's like, I understand how you feel. No, you don't understand how I feel. Oh, you're being sentimental with me. Oh, I bet you think that I am, oh, woe's me, and I've had a horrible life. It's doing that whole thing. So I don't really care much about the Melon stuff, but everything else that it's doing so far has been great, especially with, I'm blanking on his name right now, the main character. Bullcrap, I will fight you. More than a couple takes. You do it just because you're contrarian. The adaptation for the season was crazy. They took all the exposition filler out of the and adapted it. They're cutting stuff? Well, that's not good. That's not good. Yeah, Legacy. The stuff around Legacy's been great so far. I didn't really care much for him in the second season. I felt like they really underutilized him there, but he's been really solid this season. And getting into his mother and his grandfather, the Beastar they've introduced this season. I really like that Beastar. The new Beastar they introduced in this new season, I really like him. Like, he's a little rough at the beginning, especially with his meeting with Legacy, but I really like him. I think he's a very fascinating character. So, I've been enjoying that a lot. I'm going to put it in high A right now. I think high A is a solid. It's kind of creeping in the S tier, but it's definitely a must-watch. I love it. Been digging it. He makes me mad. I think the fact that he's so questionable in a lot of regards is what makes him so interesting to me. Like the whole garden. The whole garden thing, I love that stuff, dude. I love that kind of stuff where it's in like that really nasty moral gray area, which technically works in the Beastar worlds. It's like the black market. Like when he takes a certain somebody to the black market, it really solidifies just how unsettling that is. Because we've seen the black market so many times, but the moment that he brings a certain somebody to that black market and goes into a room very specific to that person, it suddenly cements like, holy crap, yeah, that's right, let's remind you just what the black market is. Let's show you what the product is. It was super unsettling. Like, my heart broke. But anyways, that's Beastars. Really enjoy it. I hate the fact that... Have they even said when the next season's coming? Or the next part? I'm going to guess probably 2027 at this rate. Because I'm sure Orange has to get back to Trigon or something that they find to be more profitable at this point. The carrots, yes, that's what I'm saying, the garden. The garden's a very gray area that I love. Where's your didn't watch tier? I'll make it whenever I get to a show that because I don't think that's I've watched everything that's in this list. No, I think I added one in here that I did not watch, and I think I added it to this. I didn't watch the second season of this, and Tower of God. Those are the two that are in this list that I did not actually watch. So I'll put it in the list later on. Anyways, yeah, coming soon, which means basically 2027. I hate it. I hate how, like... Now, I like that when Beastars finally came out, it looks like they didn't cut corners. Like, it looks good. Like, for CGI, it looks super good. But I do still hate the fact that Beastars is kind of like such a back project for them, it seems like. Yeah, Don Machi's finally got an announcement for spring. A little bit of Ragnar Crimson, yes. The hell was this show called? Isekai Healer something. Wrong way to use healing magic. Yeah, that was what it was called. I actually enjoyed the show. It was decent. It needs another season, but it was a decent show. I'd probably put it in the B category. Like, it is sort of like Isekai slop, but at least it did some good stuff with it. Like, for once, we had the other people Isekai with him weren't bleeps. They weren't bleeps. It's got a good cast of characters. Like, they're all solid. The healer trainer chick is crazy, which is great. We even got like a bad guy character to kind of join the harem too. It was a solid one. I do like additionally having that little moment between the main character and Best Girl, kind of talking about how they like being isekai'd, whereas typically it always kind of starts off with the idea of wanting to go back. There's almost a sense here of not wanting to go back. That stuff's good. Yeah, the main girl, his main heroine girl, she's smoking, dude. She's great. Ragnar Crimson copyrighted you twice. Jeez. Glad I didn't cover that show. Glad I didn't cover that show. We got a Pikachu classmate. It was a cool conversation. When they were in the little cliffside cave, it was a cool little conversation. Tsukimichi, second season. I'm trying to think of something I liked about this season. It was kind of a blur for me, honestly. I really love Tsukimichi first season. Second season was kind of a blur for me. I don't think there was really anything in there that I really liked about the second season. It was fine. Like, it wasn't like unwatchable, but at the same time, I just didn't care much about most of it. So I'm gonna put it in B as well. Decent fights, yeah. It has some decent fights in it. Roblo. There, now we have a trash tier. Trash tier. I was actually looking forward to Last Crusade. Admittedly, I only watched like 3 episodes of it. Super bad production quality, at least for like going into second and third episode. I don't know if it fixed itself at some point, but I kind of enjoyed the first season. I thought it was a solid like Romeo and Juliet story. Going in the second season, I couldn't get through it. Like, I watched a few episodes. The production quality went to garbage. I couldn't remember most of the characters, and I threw it away. Last Crusade shouldn't count. How would it not count? Uzumaki needs trash. No, it's not that bad. Uzumaki's not that bad. Why doesn't you have to give your defense for it? Oh, that's right. They indefinitely stopped it, didn't they? No, I'm counting it even though I dropped it at 3 episodes. So yes, it counts. It still ends up in the trash. Even shows I drop, I will put in a tier list if I have an opinion about them. That's why I stipulated I've only watched 3 episodes. So take it for what you want. If you watched the whole thing and you really liked it, it's the fact that I dropped it probably why I didn't like it. Red Bandit, thank you so much for the super. $5. Thank you so much. I've been watching your her channel. Well, whose channel? For about a year now. I believe in your channel, and I hope you get all the success. Thank you so much, Red Bandit. Thank you for your appreciation of my channel, but whoever her channel is, I hope that they appreciate the joke. Thank you so much for your support. Sorry, I'm driving right now. Dude, stop driving and super chatting. Pull over. Dude, don't super and drive. Thank you so much for your support. Stay safe on the road, man. I appreciate it. Anyways, I dropped Last Crusade at episode 10 of the first season. I thought it was a solid first season. The ending was kind of like it fell out of nowhere. Episode 1 of Uzumaki keeps it out of the trash tier. Episode 1 looked really good. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. They really nailed that style, even though they cut a lot of stuff. Anyways. Spirit Chronicles, I have not finished yet. So far, what I've watched, like 5 or 6 episodes. I am gonna finish it though, because I don't know why. Actually, I'm probably gonna drop it, because this season has not been very interesting at all. Like they brought in the whole concept of the other isekais and bringing in the other heroes and all that kind of crap. But it's been mostly just kind of like, okay, here's his girlfriend from the previous world. Let's play house. It's just like super boring. Like it's the first season had some interesting aspects of him being like, you know, invading somebody else's body. And I was really curious if it would turn into almost like a split personality conflict. But it's been like mostly just, oh, here's his past girlfriend. Oh, and his brother and sister ? And then now they're in the house together. Yeah, I'll probably drop it. I'll probably end up dropping it. What's up, Patches? Hope you're doing well, man. I had the novels, so this hurts because the novels were great. Typically with the source material, it's always great. Some adaptations just get like the short end of the stick. It's like what was the other show? Fatal Frame or whatever. Failure Frame, whatever, this year. A lot of people were like high praising the source material. Adaptation sucked. I don't know. I couldn't make it through it. I think the whole enemies to lovers didn't have enough of the enemies part for Spirit Chronicles or for Last Crusade. Patches, thanks for the bucks, man. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing well. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. You don't talk about Failure Frame. Chain Soldier. We don't say the other title because YouTube wouldn't like it, and neither would Crunchyroll. Did this manga get localized? Did they call it Spirit? Did they call it Chain Soldier too? Did they avoid the Japanese title? It's okay. Like it gets kind of interesting towards the second half, so it gives me a little bit of hope for the second season. It's okay. Like it's a solid B- ish. Like it's not. It is like a rare, decent action harem ecchi type of show. The ecchi's really solid, which I really do appreciate. But like the whole like different forms that he can take depending on who acts upon him is kind of interesting. I like that kind of stuff. They call it Chain Soldier too. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. For fan service, yeah, it's not bad. Like it's decent. It's decently entertaining enough, along with the ecchi, which is typically what you don't get. They typically don't come together. Red Bandit, thank you again for the 10. Dude, get off the road. Did you get off the road this time? Don't super and drive. Do you plan on rating the redundancy series? Yeah, definitely. Right, I'm gonna be doing like redundancy. Roxy Gets Serious. I'll do videos on that series. I'll probably be doing a lot of the guidance stuff and side story stuff. Anything I can find, literally. Like I'm planning on. For 2 different reasons, I'll be looking pretty much for anything he's ever wrote, like any side stories, like a quote, whatever, anything I can find on the Mushoku Tensei series. I'm gonna deep dive him, mainly because eventually I want to do like full breakdowns of every single character, videos on every character. And so I'm going to have to go through all that stuff. And no, I'm not putting Chain Soldier in B because it's got a giant girl. She's really cute. And she's probably best girl, question mark. But it's not because she's giant. Double print is definitely still driving. Stop driving and texting. I just got home. Okay, good. Stay safe. But yes, I'll be doing it all. I'm really looking forward to Roxy Gets Serious. I was planning on rating it after the volume everybody said to wait on because it had a spoiler in it, but I'm going to wait until I finish. Bottom tier character Tomazaki is... I'm trying to remember everything that happened this season. I know that we had the whole bully situation. They helped the one girl. The student became the master, basically, the new trainer. Then we got into that whole... Oh, this week... yeah. Oh, now I remember the ending. Now I remember the ending. The super predictable ending that was just so, like, get to the point. I know where you're going already. Just finish it. I didn't care much for the ending. It's not a bad ending. It's very predictable, but it wasn't a bad ending. I'm going to put it in high B. Maybe into the... It kind of gets in the A. I do like bottom tier character Tomazaki, but it just... This season felt very... Yeah. Yeah, we know that's where it's going to go. I mean, it was a... It technically does do that whole thing where there's a character that's always present, but they're not important, but then you know they're important because you know that's going to be obvious route. It makes sense in the end, but it's still... Yeah, he did. Technically, yes, he picked the wrong character. But I expect that with every show like this. They're never going to pick the right girl. They always pick the wrong girl. They always... And it was really more sad in the idea that this ended up turning in one of those... I'm picking the one that needs to be saved one, which is always kind of frustrating. Like, it felt very, I gotta save this one, which is kind of depressing in a way. It kind of feels wrong in a way, but it's not a big deal. I was expecting it from pretty much the earlier segments of the second season. You see, Quintessential Quintuplets is like one of the rare cases where it didn't pick the one that I want, but it picked one that... It feels satisfying. Like, it feels satisfying. Quintessential Quintuplets is a rare case where I was fine with it. Like, even if it was the wrong choice. Even though it was the wrong choice, I was fine with it. And yes, technically, Quintessential Quintuplets is the whole thing where they're trying to paint this is the choice. Where it's like, there's so much emphasis that this is the best choice. And then at the very end, it goes, no, it's been this choice all along. It's like a total Sakura-sao situation. Sakura-sao is like literally like, let's look at this one character for like freaking half the show, and then we'll go, by the way, I forgot this character exists, so we gotta go back to this character. Yeah, and I'm actually... The one that actually got picked in Quintessential Quintuplets is probably probably tied with my second. Like, there's... My second favorite of Quintessential Quintuplets, I have like two that are tied with each other, and she was one of them, so I don't want to say any more than that because I don't want to spoil things. Don't bring up Sakura-sao, please. Dude, I so need to rewatch that show. I literally think I own it. Like, that was such a good show until the end. Like, Sakura-sao was such a good show until the end. What's up, Duhalt? Late as always. You'll be the first person to leave, I'm sure. Hope you're doing well. All right, what was this called? Cheat? I didn't finish it. I got like 6 episodes in. I kind of wanted to get back to it, but then I'm like, I don't care. Cheat Craft or Cheat something? I don't know. Have to go. It was decent. It was decent. I kind of want to get back to it. but I also didn't really have like an urge to. That tells you plenty there. Spice and Wolf, God's game we play. Yeah, thank you. That was it. Cheat skill. Was cheat skill this year? If cheat skills this year, that's definitely going in my garbage of the year. I think that was last year though. There's some in this list that I'm like, holy crap, I forgot this is this year. Spice Most obviously in my picks for S tier. It's a classic. It's a legend. It returns and it's still a legend. I wish it was more. I wish it was as popular as I feel like it should be. Like, Spice and Wolf has always been insanely popular. It's a massive seller. No matter how many years it doesn't have an anime, it finally comes back and it feels like nobody's talking about it. But that I'm hoping that's because it's a remake of. I'm hoping it's because it's readapting the first season. I'm hoping as we get into the second season, more people will be talking about it because it's going to be new stuff for anime onlys. That's my hope. I'll definitely be covering it when it comes back. I love the franchise so much, so. And yeah, Holo is literally like one of the greatest waifus of all time. Like, unmatchable. Like, it's even hard for me to say Roxy beats Holo, even though she does, because it's Holo. Ragna Crimson, I dropped it. I don't want to say it's a bad show, but it was not keeping me engaged at all. I've heard a lot of good things about it, and I really badly wanted to get back to it. But what I watched so far, it wasn't working for me. I just didn't like the characters. Like, none of the characters I liked at all with it. So, Roxy beats everyone. That's true. I think the quality was what was really ruining it for me. It got better. Not worth it. I'm not sure if it's worth the slog. That's a good way to say that. Hello says touch grass. Rodman gets so bizarre and wacky. That was kind of what was making me want to keep watching it, because it's bizarre, but there is a sense that when at least the parts that I got to, which was pretty bizarre, it was not in a good way. Like, it was almost in a way of like, just throw stuff at the screen. It was good towards the end. It gets good like way later in it. You got to get to the episode 16. Episode 17 was insane. I almost called it. Tonari no Yokai-san. I really like this world and the realization of a world where yokais live side by side with humans and they're like normal in society. Ending kind of sucked. The ending felt very, very Hollywood, like old Hollywood fairy tale kind of ending, power of friendship. But like the rest of it was super good. Like, I think it was a really well realized world. I'm gonna still say it's like a high B, because the later parts of it kind of was blah. They announced a new manga after the anime finished. Cool. Yeah, that was another one that's a full adaptation, if I remember correctly. So that was a kind of plus there. But I like the characters. Like the cat was super cool. The idea of a house cat becoming an ekomata and the changes that they have, having to kind of like get registered and get insurance and everything, because now they're technically like a human. They're in the realms of being like other humans where they need a job and everything. Life's changing, everything like that. The crow Tengu, his story and all that kind of stuff was super cool. It was just a nice little. Definitely, if I would have to think on it, but I would probably say that would be my like hidden gem of the year. That would probably end up in my hidden gem of the years for this year. One that nobody's talking about that I thought was pretty solid. Unwanted Undead Adventure. It was okay. It's not like a one that I would like tell people to go after, but it was okay. I'm definitely gonna watch the second season. I'll put it in B for now. It's like a low B. Probably falls in the C category. wasn't the best looking show, but at least they didn't CGI him all the time. I think they just CGI'd him for the whole skeleton segment. So that's kind of a bonus. Day Day Live. I wanted to like it. Beginning segments were okay. The fight sequence itself was extremely repetitive and goes in that whole realm of like, oh no, they die, question mark? And I'm like, yeah, whatever, eyes rolling, that character's not dead. Okay, let's just get through them all. I don't care. Then we get into the backstory, and I'm like, holy crap, this is so uninspired, I guess is the best way to put it. The backstory stuff was super uninspired. And then it kind of just concludes how I expect it's going to conclude. It was okay, but at the same time, whatever. It wasn't awful. No, it wasn't awful. I didn't say it was awful. It was just meh. Probably be because it's Day Day Live. It's got great characters. The problem that I've had with Day Day Live for a long time now is because it's gotten so many waifu characters, it never spends enough time with any of the characters. Like what they out of nowhere brought back into the fold. What the hell? I'm not a massive fan of the franchise, so I don't memorize all the characters besides the best ones. Toka. That name completely clicks the moment I see it. Toka had a moment in this season, and I almost forgot Toka existed. Toka was literally like the OG of the first season. Like the first one he runs into is Toka. And then out of nowhere, we finally get a moment where it sits down with Toka. And I was kind of surprised because I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. Toka is kind of important. Dullahan, thank you so much for the 5 gifted membership. Thank you. Hope you're doing well. I appreciate it. It means a lot to me. Oh no, I'm going to get tons of nyas. Get tons of nyas. But yeah, like you had a moment where he finally kind of sat still and talked to her, and I was like, this is what they should do with all the characters. Spend time with these characters. Don't have them... What it sort of turned into is the whole thing where something happens, and then the crowd shows up. The waifu crowd shows up, and they each make their opinion be known, and then the crowd shifts away. And then something happens, and the crowd shows up, and they say what they go to each one of them for like one sentence, and they move on. And I think that's kind of been damaging to it, my enjoyment of the series overall. Toka's, funnily enough, is one of the only 2 whose name I remember. It's usually Kurumi and Kotori for me. Kurumi because Chris is obsessed with her. Like, Chris's favorite character is Kurumi. I think her design's fantastic, but she's too much for me. Like, I like the second Kurumi that they had in this season. I think she was a lot better. But yeah, it's always best sis. So that's the only one I care about. Anyways, I don't think it's bad, but like, it's like a high C, low B for me. I'll probably put low B. The CGI is horrible too. I hate the CGI. It's got some of the... It's not horrible CGI, it's super unsettling looking. Like, it's in that realm where it's almost getting to a point where it's decent, but it's not, so it stands out more. And then having to use the CGI in regular conversation moments really does bug me. Like, they should just stick with the CGI only for the fights, if they're going to use CGI. Shame most of the girls don't get any screen time. Right. I'm assuming the light novel, and that's my hope, is the light novel's a lot more focused on each of the individual characters, having them have moments in between each scene. Maybe the anime is just focusing on the main plot lines, so they're just showing up just for those main plot lines. acronym for obvious reasons. Insert licking girl gif here. And then Toka because first girl, Kotori, maybe mommy. Sorry, I Toka was cute in the first season, I admit. But yeah, she hasn't really been that much of an interest for me. Anyways, Orb. If Orb keeps doing what it's doing right now, it could end up being a classic for me. Like a show that I'll probably tell people to go back to in the future. Just because it's doing so much different than what you typically get from a lot of anime. And at the same time, I think it's really great at showing the mind of a scholar. I think it's truly interesting look into the mind of a scholar. Somebody that gets obsessed with something and cannot give it up because they seek the truth. And that inspiration of discovery. Now, I will admit, it's not always on all cylinders. Like it has times where it's kind of a slow burn, where it's developing into something, and it's not always like super engaging. But when it hits, it hits. Typically whenever Kindred Suda shows up. I like it. I find it fascinating, and I think it's a lot to do with the fact that the way that I view the show is really from the perspective of trying to understand the characters in its time frame, because I think that's where it gets super interesting. Trying to understand what the Inquisitor's thinking, what the Pope is thinking, what the individual scholars thinking, what's Oxy thinking as an outsider from the scholars themselves. That stuff is super fascinating. And yes, I'm a lot of the stuff they're talking about is stuff that I know what it is, but I've never seen it put into terms of how it was discovered. And that stuff is really fascinating. Getting into, retrograde motion and stuff like that. So if you like astronomy, or if you're wanting to learn a little bit about astronomy, it's really fascinating seeing how a lot of that stuff kind of came to be, which is stuff I probably learned about in school. Just forgotten at this point, because I was not a fan of astronomy back when I was in school. If they were showing Orb in my astronomy class, I would pay a lot more attention. But it's been great so far. I hope it keeps strong. I think at some point I was confirming that it looked like it could be a full adaptation, which I think is fantastic as well. But yeah, I'm loving it. Novak is super interesting. I'm really curious at what point he's going to turncoat. I just want him to turncoat because it's going to be interesting, and it's probably going to be his daughters getting involved. Yeah, Orb's fantastic. Highly recommend it. It is not like a high action crazy shonen series. Don't go into expecting some crazy stuff. It is a fascinating look into the inspiration of scholars. Show's better than I expected it would be. Yeah, when I came into it, I wasn't really... I think I had a lot of positivity towards the PV when I first seen it. But at the time, I was going, how do you make the study of astronomy interesting? How do you make the study of astronomy? And they're really making it interesting because it's keeping it engaging through the aspect of cat and mouse game. That's really a huge part of it, is the cat and mouse game. It is somebody trying to avoid getting caught while at the same time trying to push knowledge. Poland Saga. Oh. Ninja Kamui. I didn't finish it. How many episodes did I get into it? I'm thinking through the episodes. That's one episode. That was a second episode. Third episode. Fourth episode. I think I got like 4 episodes into it. 4, maybe 5 episodes into it. I don't think that I didn't drop it because I didn't like it. I just had no urge to get back to it. When I watched of it was fine. It's very Western, like very Western, fridge the wife, get the revenge type of story, which I don't mind. The combat sequences, the action sequences I didn't like. When I've watched very framey and very, like, Gohan's flip the camera around over the damn place so you don't know what the hell's happening on the screen. I did want to get back to it. Never really felt the urge to. But it is what it is. It didn't get far enough to see it fall off. I heard something about mechas and crap. So, I'm not really sure. I know that, like, I think when I stopped watching it, they showed one, question mark? I don't remember. But, yeah, it wasn't like it was bad, but at the same time, I never had a desire to go back and watch the rest of it. I think that's just a thing with a lot of these types of, like, ninja samurai things now, too, because that's what happened with the Yasuke thing. Look at nowhere that freaking mechas and crap at it. We can't tell, like, ninja samurai stuff without throwing mechas into it. If it's a Western production, it's got to have mechas in it, because that's what anime fans write. Anime fans like mecha, so we gotta make sure there's mecha crap in there. With Adult Swim productions, I don't know if they would have caused it and how much involvement they would have with it. I'm certain the writer had a desire for that kind of stuff. The production went downhill. Yeah, it could be not giving enough money, not enough time. There's a lot. There's so much stuff that happens in productions. It's very difficult to say, well, it's Adult Swim's problem. Is it? I mean, the producer gives them the money to go do it. They sign in on it. They give them an amount of time. They could have messed up the production itself. They could have set it off to the side and wait till last minute to start producing it. They could have given them a bad schedule. There's so many things in play with production. Anything could have happened. Like Uzumaki. I mean, it could have been scheduling. It could have been something on the other end. I remember correctly, if they said something to the effect that something went wrong and they decided it was better to either do it or not do it at all. So we decided to go with it. And there's a lot of things at play. In my argument, I would probably argue that you just don't, because then nobody else is going to produce it. Like, if they chose not to air Uzumaki, then I'm sure that somebody would find benefit in the future to adapt it properly. So I don't really agree with the idea of this or nothing. It could just also be a bad story. Listener can't see anime doesn't involve DBZ, mechas or something. Watch your Bako again. Understanding with anime production. Yeah, it's like I was showing one of my streams. I was showing that that art book that I got came with a production sheet, and it's like this. It's a Monday through Friday schedule calendar, and it has like 40 different like stages of the production itself. So like with if you have a delay, it's not necessarily that they wait till last minute to do all this stuff. It's just probably this one line didn't get done. Backgrounds. Everything's shut down because they didn't get the backgrounds in time. It's so many moving parts. What's the Mappa anime about making anime that's coming out? Zenshu, yeah. It's not a Mappa anime, it's just anime. It's animated by Mappa. It's the writer did Eden and Yuredeko. So it's gonna suck. I'll say that. I'm gonna say that over and over again, just so that I'm wrong. I'm gonna eat it, and I'm gonna. If my opinions on Zenshu is that I'm going to say that it's going to be garbage, and I'm gonna make that prediction, so that when it comes around and it ends up being like one of the best shows of the season, I will accept all the criticism with a big smile on my face, because that means that it actually turned out good, and I like good shows. Yep, I have it pinned in the general chat on the Discord, so nobody's going to miss it. They'll have it ready to clip it. They'll throw it up on Twitter, and everybody will see how it got bad takes. Solo leveling, it's good. Characters writing sometimes kind of rough, but it's good. It's an enjoyable ride. It's just a fun, for the most part, turn off brain action type of show. It's not incredible. It's slop. Yeah, I didn't even come into solo leveling thinking it was going to be anything more than just he gets OP after screaming and dying nearly every single 2 seconds. I think there's like There's points where I started rolling my eyes a lot, like when he had the guy that had information on him and he kind of like was stupidly threatening him, which made no sense. And then the whole segment where he's fighting the knight and gets his dominating skill or whatever you call it. There was a certain point where a lot of the fights just got very kind of... They resolved by him screaming. I don't like... I want to see him struggle. I want to see him fail. And I feel like most of the fights just end with him screaming loud. And that stuff just is usually kind of like a, oh, so there's no clever way he got through this. He just screamed really loud. And that gave him apparently that last strength that he needed to defeat the enemy. I don't know. I'm hoping this next season will be a lot better. I've heard a lot of positive things about it, or at least some positive things, including from my brother, which I don't trust him. But we'll see. Overrated. Manhwa gets repetitive fast. Well, it's a manhwa. I'm joking. I'm joking. It's a manhwa. What do you expect? So leveling a bridge. I don't really watch a bridge really ever. Anyways. Shangri-La Frontier. It's okay. I feel like the first segments of it was fun. Later segments of it with the first season. This is the first season. Is this the first season or second season? I haven't started the second season yet. Is it? This is the icon for this, the second season, right? I mean, I'm gonna go by. This is gonna be the first season. First season. It's like a high C for me. It's like one of those ones where like it's a fun watch, but at the same time, I don't really get much out of it. Like the whole stuff with the bunny village and everything like that. That's super fun. But everything else is just kind of like, it's just okay. Like it's just, again, kind of like solo leveling. It's mostly kind of turning your brain off and watch it. Like early on, I really enjoyed it because it was a, for once, no high stakes crap. It's just go into the game and have fun. But there was a lot of stuff that was kind of getting repetitive, like the girl with the armor constantly doking over trying to find him in the game. And then when he finds him in the game, he doesn't know who she is and thinks that she's trying to get after him. And that stuff kind of gets repetitive as well. There's a lot of like reused jokes in it. Yeah, definitely was a show that I wasn't really like super excited to rush after every single week for sure. I agree. It goes to be crap. It should be placed in trash. I made the trash bin afterwards. It's not trash though. It's not that bad. I thought season 1 was good. After that, I felt like it got old. Yeah, that's why I'm kind of, and that's like I said before. I'm not clamoring to check out the second season. Like I have it queued up, but I'm not even sure if I'll get around to it just because it's not calling to me. First season was fun when it was developing a deeper background, but season 2 kind of skipping over it. Not as interesting. Ugh. Good fight anime. Ooh, the fight sequences are super good and super fun. Super fun action scenes. What's the most effective way to send support to the channel? The one that takes the less cut is our tips link, which goes through PayPal. Every other method, like YouTube, takes like a 30% cut, I think. Patreon's also a really good one as well, if you want to support monthly. But I appreciate the support no matter how you do it. It would say the best mascot character of the season. Yeah, I like the blacksmith girl. The blacksmith girl is my favorite. Isn't she Kanane Seiyu, if I remember correctly? Super Chats is the easiest and most convenient for most people, but yeah. PayPal through tips link on the description is the least cut from other companies. Sergio Dono back with the 19 months. Thank you so much for the long time support. Hell, I'm back from Kureji Ollie playing M side. Oh, M side. I was thinking about actually playing that game on stream. I wasn't sure. Well, hot takes I lost. I think the worst so far... I don't think I've had any bad takes so far. I mean, Buchigiri fans will probably not like that being down here, but I don't think I've had any bad takes so far. Fighting every person supposed to jungle off frontier. Let's see here. The Fluffy Paradise. It was a decent start, but it gets super repetitive. Like, it gets super repetitive at some point. It's decent, though. It's a decent little show. Isekai are no longer allowed in another world. This is actually a really good show. Earthly will back me up on this. It's a really good show. I was very surprised. I wasn't expecting anything when I came into it. You dropped it? I thought you liked it. You're bullcrapping. I thought you actually covered the show. You're lying. Anyways, it's a super good show. Really love it. Great characters. The comedy was on point the entire time. Does it have a second season announced yet? It was probably my biggest surprise this season because I was not expecting to even like the show. I figured it would be like, oh, here comes a Dazai character. He's going to constantly be, trying to end himself. And they didn't overplay that joke. It needs another season. Especially since we have Kanane Fairy in there. We have a Kanane Fairy in there. And she looks like she's going to be hilarious because she's going to get summoned every time he wants to do something mundane. And she's probably going to be super mad about it. So, it had some really, really powerful episodes for sure. Like, the whole sisters thing. Oof. like I kind of expected that's the direction it was going. But the moment they revealed it was a sister, I was like, ow. Like, WTF did I just watch? Yeah, it's super good. I would probably say it's like going to climb into S tier. Yeah, Tama's great. We can't have enough Tamas. Not enough cat girls. Yeah, go hug your siblings. Don't do what they did in the show. Etole, I only watched this show because I heard Utena was voicing the main character. I couldn't. I couldn't. Like, not only is the CGI just... The races themselves are so repetitive and just uninspired. Especially after watching... God, was that the previous year, wasn't it? Earthly will help me out here. The racing show from last year. From Troika. After watching the Troika racing show... Overtake, thank you. After watching Overtake, which actually I was pretty gripped by the racing itself and how it was portrayed and how it was shown, which it wasn't even a racing show. Like, it was more about the characters. Watching this Etole was just like super uninspired. And then they had like this whole crap, like, in order to use the nitrous boost, you had to let go of the steering wheel. And I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. Why would you juice up the car and take your hand off the steering wheel? You don't want to hit the button over here, because you're gonna lose control. It just, anyways, I'm picking trash. Just whatever. Shut up. It's not that complicated. And just throw it in trash. Overtake was super good, dude. Overtake beat the crap out of me towards the later part. Holy crap, it's such a good show. Like, I was not expecting that show to go that far. Like, it even brought in like a lot of like real life scenarios and war stuff into the picture. Inferno Torch with a 20. Thank you so much for Inferno Torch. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for your support. Inferno Torch comes by every single Mashiko Monday and is like massively supporting. I really greatly appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing well. My one defense for Etole. What is it? I thought you were going to say the AI was super hot. They did have a bunch of Hatsune Miku characters in there that were super cute. Like Hatsune Miku wannabe characters. Getting Andrew to like... I've always liked sports shows that are very character-eccentric. Like, Remain. Was it Remain? The one with the boys volleyball... Water volleyball? Or water polo. Water polo, I think it was called. Overtake is a strong C. We can't be friends. We can't be friends. Days with my stepsister. Days with my stepsister. I'm struggling with Days of My Stepsister because I do acknowledge the fact that a lot of my love for Days of My Stepsister is because I read the author's write-up every single episode, which were super freaking fascinating. And so I have that whole struggle where I'm like, but was my enjoyment because the show itself was good? I was technically enjoying it a lot before I started writing his write-ups, though. So I do still think it's really high, but I'm not... But my problem is, like, I think I was in an A tier, whereas his writing brings it up to, like, an S tier. Because he sort of kind of points out subtleties that I may have overlooked. I'm going to put it in S tier for right now. Because I really do think it's a really, really good show. But I do understand my biases. Like, understand when I say this, it's because I was reading the author's write-ups, which were... I think if anybody watches the show, they should read the write-ups. They're super interesting. Like, the whole scene of her throwing the diary out, that write-up was super good. Super good. For those who don't know, Days of My Stepsister is literally the concept of, yes, this boy and girl from the same school, they do get they become brother and sisters because their parents get married. But the idea here is that, unlike most, like, Wincests, you know, oh my gosh, brother, sister, gross, it's really deep diving into the psyches of the characters. Like, it's a very thought-provoking direction rather than just doing it for the sake of doing lol Wincest or lol siscon brocon. It's very in-depth with character drama, insecurities, inability to trust people. They did not have very good... Their parents' previous marriages did not end very well. So it's a lot of how that kind of weighs upon their minds and how they think about things. And again, their relationship and how they have their own barriers and break down the barriers. It's super good. Super good. Yeah, it's kind of like they're part of the experience. But it's almost like the whole thing with Odd Taxi. Whereas, like, Odd Taxi, I think, is an incredible show. It would have been like a million times better if I didn't have to read listen to or read a radio drama. Like, the radio drama just explains so much more about, like, this whole side plot that ends up becoming very important at the end. Without the radio drama, the ending kind of doesn't it makes sense, but at the same time, you don't get the full context. Anyways, that's that. God damn, what's this show called? The Kantako show. It's the, like, trade salesman guy in another world show. Sasaki and Peeps, thank you. If I remember correctly, I didn't like it very much. It just wasn't interesting. It wasn't... It could have been so good, but it just wasn't... It wasn't very interesting. I'm trying to think of something I liked about the show. I'm trying to think of something. I did like the aspect of kind of like how it all bleeds over to the previous world and a lot of that stuff, but I don't know. I don't think I really cared much about any of it besides the possible yandere girl. Like, I had a pretty decent yandere girl. Yeah, I'm putting C. It's not bad. Food. Last few episodes started to get, you know, yeah, especially towards the later parts. I don't hate food stuff. It's just I don't care for it. Because there's going to be a show in this list that's going to be way high up, and it's got food all over the damn place. Can't say waifu, because there was done. I don't know why they couldn't leave Peach on translation and turn into Peeps. Oh, I get you. Kaiju number 8 was fun. I enjoyed it. Is it A tier? I don't think it's A tier, just because I don't think, like, the overall story is good, but I think the chemistry of the characters and the main guy is solid. Like, it's a fun action show. I'm really hoping that going into season 2, it'll get even more interesting. But I don't think it was a single... I'm gonna put an A for now. Like, I can't even think of a single moment of that show that I didn't care much for. It's just a fun show. It's a fun show. A for the cakes makes up kaiju? The cakes up kaiju? It has a good setup, yeah, for sure. Tower God, I watched like 5, 6 episodes of it. It was okay. It just wasn't grabbing me at all. Like this new route it's going was less annoying, but not great. Production quality kind of dipping more and more and more with each episode, it feels like. So D is fine for me. Again, I didn't finish it. I did like 5, 6 episodes. Just dropped it. And it was sad because like the moment that I even thought about considering rewatching it, suddenly everybody's like, no, it's not going anywhere. It gets so much worse. It has Kendra Suda apparently though, so that's a possibility that I want to get back to it just to watch Kendra Suda. Earthly like sends me a clip. He says, "Here, you don't have to watch this show now," and it's literally just a clip of Kendra Suda. Story's pretty good. Maybe read about it. I've heard a lot of good things about the story overall. I wasn't liking the characters in the first season, but I was intrigued by the world. Like the world was what was interesting me, and I heard a lot of people say that it gets better with the world concepts. So I would like to get into the source material eventually. But the anime, I think I'm done with it. Tower God waifus is the only one. There's a waifu in this show? I thought it was a bunch of boys. I've seen nothing but boys in this show, so I'm not sure what you're talking about. I mean, there was a couple girls in the first season. I was really into the lizard girl. And then I've heard that she's like non-existent. So I'm like, great. The one character that I was interested in is apparently not even in the show. What was her name? I always forget their name. Anak. I was really interested. I think it was Anak from the first season. Was really interested in, but apparently they're not. They're in the second season. I'm assuming they're not important. There's a lot of waifus in Tower God. They didn't like the first season, and they don't like this one as well, even though they're listening and changed, and now they don't want that as well. It's a husbando. It's husbando. They call them the husbandos. Dungeon Meshi. Delicious and Dungeon. I always claim that Delicious and Dungeon would be like a perfect show for me if it didn't have food in it. Which I know is literally the whole point. And I'm fine with the food being there as the story because they have to eat the monsters in order. But I check out every time there's a long explanation and chopping process. My eyes glaze over. Like, okay, they're eating now. Okay, good. I can watch the show again. Okay, they bring the food. They bring the ingredients into the room, and since he's in there ready to start cooking, my eyes just glaze over. And then they finish eating the food, and then I'm like, okay, good. I'm good again. I'm good. I'm not like a foodie. Like I know it's shocking. It's shocking with my size, but I'm not a food person. I just don't care. Like if it fills the stomach, move on with my life. I'm just not a food person. And it's even more like tenfold the idea that I don't care to watch somebody make food or eat food. Like it's not interesting to me. Like, why do you enjoy watching somebody going chop, 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 sizzle, 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 and then my? Like, why would, like, if you like food, why would you want to watch somebody in a show eat the food? Would you not want to go get the food yourself? Like, it doesn't click to me. See, I watch Gordon Ramsay stuff all the time, but it's because he's screaming at people and calling them an idiot sandwich. There's drama around Gordon Ramsay. And most of the time, I completely agree with Gordon Ramsay being an a-hole most of the time, because I'm like, I could see why he's mad right there. I've had to run groups of people all the time, and damn, is it ain't annoying that you ain't doing your job properly. Anyways, I'm not on a diet. No, I just don't eat much. I just have a crappy metabolism most of the time. I've always had a crappy metabolism. Gordon Ramsay's great, though. I enjoy Gordon Ramsay. The Spirit ice cream was funny, though. Yeah, there's definitely clever uses of it most of the time. Like, and that's the only reason that it doesn't bother me that much, is because typically, again, the food is technically part of the story. And that's why I say you can't really take the food aspect out of it. I fully acknowledge that. But anyways, everything else is fantastic. Like, I enjoy it's a very realized world. What's kind of dragging them down in the dungeon constantly. Everything around the sister is just heartbreaking. Getting into the deeper plot lines of the actual dungeon itself. All that stuff is super fascinating. The ancient / dark magic they're getting into. The big turkey. The massive turkey. The massive turkey. Food Wars, so my whole thing around food, or food shows, a long time ago, I watched a show called, was it called Yakitate Japan? Was that the name of it? I might have pronounced it wrong. It's a show about a guy who like joins a competition to make bread. And so that was my first introduction into Japanese food prawn type of shows, because that's literally what Food Wars is. Probably came from that. And I think there's another show that's actually predates that. That's very similar. It's making the food, and then the judges eat it, and they make these big expression responses to it. Again, it's like, it was that other show that it recently got a remake, if I remember correctly. Then Yakitate Japan did it, and then Food Wars did it, and probably popularized it. And so, like, at some point of watching all these older shows, and then getting to Food Wars, I enjoyed Food Wars a lot. But then at some point in Food Wars, when they were doing the whole like competition with the stalls and everything like that, at some point I got tired of it. Like I got tired of it. Sounds right. But so it's repetitive. Like the whole idea of here's food, person sips and they make a expression just doesn't really work for me. I've just seen it too many times at this point. Campfire cooking was another case where I enjoyed that show. I enjoyed the characters. Best Slime. Great Einzong Gold. Massive wolf dude. But whenever it came to the cooking and stuff like that, I kind of just, I'll check my phone for a little bit. Okay, is it done yet? No. Let me check Twitter for a little bit, make sure. Okay, he's done with cooking the food. I can move on with my life. Anyways, moving on. Beat to death. Witch and the Beast? Witch and the Beast, question mark? It needs another season. It needs a second season, like, now. It has a really another show this year that has a really crappy stopping point, but super interesting. It's like a high B, low A, maybe, question mark. It's super good, though. I was very much so. It's not a good start, I would admit. Witch and the Beast does not have a really super strong start. But eventually it kind of finds its motion. And when it finds its motion, it does really well. I really enjoy it. Read the manga. Yeah, that never that along with everything else. I'll put it in the list. I'll put it in the list of shows. Duck the ending. Took quite a while to get to the interesting agree. Yeah. When it started really cooking, it just took off for me. Again, that's unfortunate that it's pretty much where that's where it stops. But no, even before then, I enjoyed the whole like fight they had with the ice boy and the chick with the sword and the crazy tragic life that she has to live through was interesting too. Yeah, the necromancer chick was great, dude. She was half necromancer, half what was she? She was half vampire, half necromancer. She was great. Yeah, Karane was the girl with the super tragic past. Hence why Andrew likes the characters, because she's got Karane Seiyu. Like me, this is literally me and Earthly every single season. It's Karane right here. Oh, it's Karane right here. Like, we're just looking for Karane now for some stupid reason. For some reason, we're always looking for Karane for some reason. We're trying to find where she's at. Yeah, she's like a witch necromancer. Super cool character. Like, she was great. They needed more of her. Undead Unluck. This will probably be my first controversial take. I think it's like a low B for me. Like, most of the show's really good, and it's mostly around the chemistry of the characters. But that whole later arc and the whole like backstory arc, the whole time in the book, and the whole later fight segment with not Justice, the plot twist character, that whole thing, stupid. Ever since the plot twist point and the whole thing with the book, I just totally checked out. Like, I just totally checked out. But everything else was super good. I think their chemistry is fantastic. I get a huge kick out of them. But yeah, everything after the betrayal, just I checked out. It was just super. It was just kind of like, okay, you're doing that, whatever. Moving on with my life. Get on with it. Let's wrap it up. Let's wrap it up. I'm hoping further stuff is going to be more interesting, because it's got good characters, and it's got decent mechanics. I will admit that the end line they're kind of pointing towards does kind of give me a little bit of a shrug pause, but I think they're doing enough with the in between before that final destination that is interesting. I think it's super fascinating, the idea of everything that we see normal is being created because they failed. That does kind of intrigue me quite a bit, and that's what kind of initially hooked me. Like, the moment they got to the initial introduction into their team and into the meeting room, that's where it kind of had that first hook for me. I thought it was interesting. But we'll see. Alpharetta, I'm like 10 episodes in. There's going to be another weird Danmachi type of release. Whenever they finish it, they'll finish it. It's been an okay season so far. I've never been like a massive fan of Alpharetta. But it's got some cute characters in there. Like, I always like the Bun Girl. I think most of his harem is pretty decent. This season, I liked the rising up of the bunny group. I don't know that I necessarily care too much about its ultimate resolve. Like, it wasn't like I was invested at all really in that, besides the fact of finally getting some sort of resolution around Bun Girl. Her finally getting payback for what happened to her in the past, which I thought was really good. The labyrinth itself felt like it dragged. They went to the labyrinth and it felt like that whole segment really did drag. Yeah, that's just been kind of a shrug season so far, really. Not enough battle bunnies. It was really the better part of this season was the battle bunnies. Like, everything before the battle bunnies was like, I don't care. Other questions, but please tell me your opinions on Moana Peregrine Drum. I have not finished it. Like, I watched a bit of it, and it wasn't clicking with me. And then later on, I bought the Blu-rays for the sake of watching it again, and I haven't yet actually watched it. So I do want to watch it eventually. First time I tried it, I wasn't I don't know if it was that it wasn't enjoyable, it wasn't clicking, or if I just didn't have the time at the time. But there was some reason why I never finished it. but I do plan on going back to it. I will admit that I'm not like the biggest fan of that creator. Like, I wasn't a massive fan of the what was it called? Yukima Arashi? The Yuri Bears? I wasn't like a massive fan of that series, besides it looking like really sexy. Besides Yuri stuff. Anyways, Frieren, it's obviously gonna be up here. S tier. I think it's a nice return to form for the anime industry. It gives me hope for the anime industry and actually properly planning and producing a series of insane caliber, like qualities in visual style and directing that we haven't really seen since like the 90s. Like, it's a nice return to form for the anime industry. Looked amazing, beautiful, great music, animation, style. The writing itself, yes, for some people it's going to be too slow paced, but YouTube, did you blow up? YouTube? Oh, just my studio blew up. YouTube, why did the studio blow up? Anyways, OBS doesn't say anything bad, so I guess I'm still on. What was I talking about? Yeah, some people, I've seen a lot of people criticize Frieren because they believe that it's too slow paced. I don't think it's bad, slow paced. I will say that, like, if you're expecting like high action stuff, it's very atmospheric. It's very much so in the moment, sitting you with the characters, but I never felt like it was going too slow. So I don't think necessarily I agree with the idea of it being slow paced. But it is very much so about atmosphere. And I think it really does nail that stuff. I will admit that there was probably like a couple episodes where I felt like, you know, if they took these 2 episodes out, I probably would not even noticed. But other than that, it was a fantastic show. Like, I was arguing with Earthly and DMs about the fact that I think the only reason that before, and I would probably say again, that I would put Danger to My Heart over Frieren is because Frieren does have a couple episodes where I'm like, okay, I don't think I really got much out of that episode. But that's like 2 episodes out of what, 20? Shit, it was like, what, 28 episodes worth of content? Like, it was a damn long first season. And I love it for that. Having such a really fantastically put together world, realized story of the original author, to have it run that long, yes, thank you. I'll take another season of that. That's why season 2, take your time. I wanted them to announce the season 2 to know that it's coming, but it doesn't have to be rushed. If you want to wait until 2028 to make it as perfect as possible, like you did this, take your damn time. Take your damn time. Yeah, I loved it. I love the atmosphere that it created with those slow moments. Like, that whole, like, it still burned my mind, the opening segments of the first episode. Just that whole, like, period of time where you're seeing Frieren just kind of traveling around for, obviously, as we know, for years before she finally returns back to go to the meteor shower. Is super atmospheric. I love it. I love that stuff. And I don't think there was really any moments where it felt like it dragged out. Like, it always, no shot stood too long. Like, it would just transition to the next scene. Like the first half more than the second half. See, for me, the first half versus the second half, it's there are different reasons why I like each segment. Like, the first half, it's much more personal with Frieren, which I do really like. Whereas the second half really does feel more like it's expanding the world and bringing in a lot more really interesting characters, which I love. Frieren's gonna be dead by the end of it. She doesn't know. It's just like her sense of time is messed up. In my opinion, Danger is not better than Frieren, but it's okay. Yeah, I got a lot of that. With my top 10 video, I got a lot of that, so you're not alone. But I actually got a lot. It was funny reading comments on my top 10 list because I felt like I seen, like, for every comment saying, I don't understand why Danger is so high for you, I had like, 30 people saying, or 20 or 30 people saying, I would probably say 30, like 30 other people saying, hell yeah, Danger's sweep. Like, people were super excited to see that somebody likes Danger as much as they do. Like, I think both sides, people are very much so not alone. Some people just didn't get it. Some people just love it. Well, you remember it. Yeah, exactly. You're going to forget about that show, but I'm going to put a post-it on my damn wall that says, don't forget Dangers, Andrew, just so I never, ever forget how I love Dangers. Dude, it tells you something that, like, I was talking about how I was getting screenshots and everything put together for my video for my top 10 list, and we're talking about it now, but I was putting together my top 10 list, and I was getting screenshots and everything together, and I was double checking some stuff, and just seeing the screenshots that I have in my folder for Dangers, I was crying. Like, I was crying. Remember these segments. I even like screenshot one and sent it out. It was like, these hands can't hold anything. These hands are full. I'm sorry, I can't hold anything else. I'm like, the shot of him on the stage, and he literally tells himself that he loves himself. I'm like, tears start coming out, dude. That show's so freaking good. Anyways, I do need a Danger's display. I just gotta find a good art. Anyways, Mecha Uday, didn't care for it. It's got some good action pieces in Mecha Uday, but that's about all I get. I do like, I'm forgetting her name, the main female lead, Shisei? I don't think it's Shisei. I liked her story, but it's super basic story. Really good action scenes, though. It's got great style to it. I'm going to say probably C. I'm going to put it in C. Great action scenes every now and then. Some of the action scenes didn't really have much cohesiveness to what was going on, but it's the story itself is just so Saturday morning cartoons-ish. Fade between anime or rival. You're probably going to do Rivals, knowing you. They're just come pretty close to dethroning Toradora. Ooh, that's my number one favorite romance anime. If it's just romance, definitely. Toradora is... But like rom-com itself, I would probably give it more for Toradora. Like if you're going rom-com specifically, those two together, I would probably give it Toradora, because Toradora has better comedy. Dangers does have some really hilarious moments, and it's very much so not going for that. But just for the drama and the romance, Dangers takes it. Because Toradora, while I love where the romance goes, I don't necessarily, from what I remember, and it's been a long time since I watched Toradora, by the way, so I might be wrong here. From what I remember, it wasn't very much so like a deep romance story. Like, oh my gosh, romance. It was Break the Tsundere. It's just Break the Tsundere. It's Break the Tsundere romance. Atori, My Dear Moments. Yeah, you should actually play Marvels. That way you can listen to me. Atori, My Dear Moments. I liked a lot about Atori. Like, it has some super cute moments. Atori's adorable. The story kind of sucks. The story is very visual novel, basic crap. Like, okay, Atori, My Dear Moments. For those that had not watched Atori, My Dear Moments, let me pose something here, and I'm gonna take the first person that responds and hope that it's gonna play into my theory here. Atori, My Dear Moments is where a guy finds a robot in his grandmother's lab down underwater and brings it back to the surface. It's still alive, and this advanced technology AI robot is very sought after and very rare. And his grandmother was working on something for the sake of mankind, and he hasn't seen her since. What do you think the robot does, and eventually in the end? What do you think? Mankind is just about being wiped out. Weather patterns change. Everything's being submerged. They don't have power grid lines or anything. What do you think Atari, this advanced robot AI, is going to do in the end? It sings. It sings and saves the world. He falls in love with it. Aw, really? Yeah, falls in love with it. I do think the aspect of, like, what is this? I will admit, what they did with the whole thing of does she have a heart and him believing that she has a heart, I thought that was pretty darn good. Like, I was not expecting him to find that in her diary. The moment he read that Skynet, the moment he read the diary and it had her actual thoughts about having a heart, I really wasn't expecting that. That did throw me through a loop. I thought that was kind of brutal. Okay, nobody actually called it, so I'm going to leave it as that. She did technically become his leg. That was the joke. Yes. I made a lolly my leg. She does become his legs. It's fine. I'm gonna put it in C. Gosh, dude. Now that we have Ranma remake, I really don't like Urusei Yatsura. Am I alone? Anybody else there that has watched Urusei Yatsura and Ranma so far? Am I alone to think that the Ranma remake almost makes the Urusei Yatsura remake look like garbage? I love them both too, but like what they did. For those who don't know, with the Urusei Yatsura remake, yes, of course they cut out all the nudity. That was unfortunately expected. I'm glad that with the Ranma remake they're not doing that, which is kind of funny because everybody's calling the Ranma remake the Netflix remake. If you guys out there spread the knowledge here, people. If anybody out there sees somebody say this same stupid thing that is total clickbait, we all know it's clickbait. If you see somebody out there that says this is the Netflix remake Ranma 1/2 and they're making it woke and they're cleaning it up and they're censoring it and yada 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 yada, please tell them two things. One, Netflix is not the producer of Ranma. They bought an exclusivity for streaming, but they don't own the property. They're not producers of the product itself. They just bought an exclusivity. But two, if you think Netflix is ruining Ranma and censoring it, go watch Urusei Yatsura. Because that one is where you're getting a lot of censorship, and that's nothing to do with Netflix. But no. The big misinformation that I'm seeing is that Ranma is they're cutting content, when it is in fact not true, because the Ranma remake has been very faithful to the manga. There's a lot of people saying they're cutting content because they're comparing it to the old anime adaptation, which has a ton of anime original content put into it. This anime has been very faithful to the manga adaptation. And I'm really liking that. Yes, I don't like the fact that the nips are censored. Yes, I don't like the fact that a lot of the nudity is being removed, but that's a very Japan thing right now. Japan doesn't really... It's not 1980 anymore. Japan doesn't like nudity on television anymore either. It sucks, but I think faithful to the story, they're doing a fantastic job at it. It looks great. What little fan service we're getting, which is mostly just Ranma, is fine. Would I like to be like the old style? Sure. But like my whole point is to compare to Urusei Yatsura, it's super good. Like I still like Urusei Yatsura, especially Lum. Her stage did a fantastic job. Her design's fantastic. But Urusei Yatsura was just so like chopped up. Like it was all over the place on what chapters it adapted. It just rushed through all the character introductions, introduced all the characters, and then did their jokes over and over again. Like the source is like that. But Ranma is like a chapter per chapter adaptation. Like it seems like they're going to do a full proper readaptation of Ranma, whereas Urusei Yatsura is just character introductions and get to the point, which is fine, but kind of sucks. Still more censored than the old one, yeah. I watched the first 2 seasons of Inuyasha and really enjoying Ranma 1/2. I haven't saw Author as other works. Yeah, the big ones for her is definitely always been Inuyasha and Ranma. Some people will say Urusei Yatsura, but I always acknowledge the fact that Urusei Yatsura is very repetitive with its humor. And Mason Ikaku? Is that right? Is that the title? Can't get over outlines and the purple fight scenes. Oh, the purple fight scenes. Don't watch Don then. Aside from censorship, really enjoying the character Shampoo. Shampoo's best girl. And I hate the fact that this season ends on her being upset. Sometimes it makes best girl. I like Round 1/2 remakes. Never watched the original, but I'm sure it's better. The nude thing's just a bonus. If it isn't, if there, you know, I mean, this is like an old the nudity in Ranma. I mean, these old series it's really just a happenstance. Like, it's not for the sake of like ecchi these days. Ecchi these days is for the sake of like look at it and be turned on. Like, it's sex sells aspect. Whereas back then, it was always this kind of, it happened and it's embarrassing the character, they cover up and they move on. It's like, it was never like, let's get a full face close up of the shot. Like, it's a very different thing back then. Like, Gundam back in the day had nudity. You had characters running out of the bathroom with nothing on. Like, everything back in the day had nudity. And now these days in Japan, even in Japan, it's just not, it's not there anymore. So, of course, they're not going to have it. Like, this is going to broadcast on television in Japan, and they're not going to have nudity on it anymore. Anyways, that's all to say. I really liked it. The new remake of Ranma. Urusei Yatsura, on the other hand, like, I'll be perfectly honest. This is the final season, obviously, and it's a great ending to it. I really do love the end of Urusei Yatsura. I think it's fantastic. But I will always admit to people that I do think that Urusei Yatsura does have a problem with just very repetitive jokes. But this final season was a really solid final season. Like, what they covered was really good. I'll put an A. Yeah, back in the day, Gunbuster. Like, back in the day, like 90s anime, 80s anime had some good physics. Some good physics. Train to the End of the World. Damn. The zombie segment is like S tier. It started off strong. The zombie segment was like S tier. The last arc was blah. I think I'm gonna go with you guys on that one. I think it is B tier. I really do agree with you guys. I think it is B tier. Like, if the story was just the zombie, if it was an OVA where these girls got in a train, they end up in some weird world with the zombie people and some zombie queen, I would probably give it like S tier. But like, the whole later segment arc was just not good. It's a fine ending to what they started with, but I think the later part just kind of blah. Like, it got super blah. I think B's good. I think right in the middle, B is good. Yeah, and I think a lot of people were fearful of that. Like, concerned that they were going to rush things towards the end, which I wasn't really my concern because like there was so many train stations on that path and how many episodes they would do. It didn't feel like they rushed to that conclusion, but it's almost one of those things where I almost wish that the last destination, the final part of the story, I wish that was just a single episode, and then explore some of those other places. They kind of, there's a point in the story where they kind of go, oh, this happened, they jump to different stations and they're just kind of quickly rushing out. Exploring those stations would be a lot more fun than that later arc. Anyways, Yuru Camp. Yeah, it doesn't feel rushed. It's just not interesting. Yeah. Yuru Camp, was good. I think the earlier episodes were definitely my favorite of this season. I'm trying to remember the later episodes. I'm trying really hard, and I think it's because I just wasn't really... It wasn't that great. Eurocamp has always had the issue where it turns into an advertisement most of the time. It is an advertisement for like different districts and whatnot. And I feel like the later parts of this season definitely started getting a little bit too caught up in that kind of stuff. Which is, it's what Eurocamp is. Eurocamp is literally, let's go camping. Here's some great destinations and what you can kind of expect. But there's a problem with it kind of feeling like an advertisement most of the time. But it's always been warm and cozy. Put it high B. High B. I always love it every time they get into like the whole backstory with the grandpa. I always love that stuff. Yeah, Eurocamp is almost like a lesser Dr. Stone for me, where like I just enjoy it. Can't really say why, other than it just being cozy. New character designs. I always like the character designs. The Hokkaido gals are super adorable, I think it's called. Hokkaido girls on ice. Thighs on ice. Gyaru's on ice. Gyaru's on ice. The new Yuri on Ice sequel. Gyaru's on ice. It was okay. Like, it was fine. It had some really funny and laugh out loud, like, happenstance moments, but it wasn't that interesting overall. Like, the earlier segments of it's good. Like, the first few episodes were really solid. I think the other two characters felt very kind of blah when they were introduced. It comes to a cute little kind of friendship thing later on, but it was fine. I dropped it, rated it. Probably better read. Seeing all these Gyarus just makes me miss Gakko-chan. Gakko-chan was great. What was this one called? Brain. The guy who's like a super evil guy and wants everybody to leave him alone because he's a demon. He's trying to be demon lord, and they do nothing but study by sacrificing humans, but he's not really a bad guy, and he ends up buying a really expensive elf to become his bride. It's like a high C for me. It was fine. Archdemon Dilemma. I will admit that I enjoyed it a lot more than I thought I would early on, because early on I felt like it could get a little repetitive, but it kept pretty solid. How do you love your elf waifu? Yes, exactly. It was decent. I enjoyed most of it. I didn't watch that. I didn't watch the second season of Hero Party Left Slow Life something. I don't know. Didn't watch it. I watched the OP. The OP was really good. S tier. S tier for OP. Made sure to get every single fetish in the OP of that one. I like it for elf loving, but storyline was mid. I thought she was a really solid female character, though. Like, I really did like the elf character in Archdemon's Dilemma. Very assertive, going after what she wants. I thought she was great. Seventh Prince or something? I don't know. I concocted universe destroying magic, and I have really thick shoujo thighs. I'm a pretty boy. Literally like a... They obviously knew what they're going for with this series. And that was unfortunately a massive distraction for me. Like, it was so difficult to enjoy this show because of how obsessed with his thighs and knees the show was. The kickboxing girl was fantastic, though. And so was the Ria Takahashi character. I think it was Ria Takahashi was the ninja. It looked really good. The ecchi is super good. I hate the main character. I just absolutely hate the main character. And the later fight scenes just got so drug out. I think it's like a... It's like a... For me personally, like a high C. I understand why people love it. But it's like a high C for me. Like, most of the fight scenes, I started, like, falling asleep. They're just not really good. It's just an OP main character. It looked visually good. Again, she's fantastic, but I just don't care much for, like, the OP main character making everybody go Sugoi every 2 seconds. And hearing these demons, like, freak out because of how OP he is every 2 seconds, it just gets boring. Anyways, Tensura. That time I got reincarnated as a slime. So let's recap. We started off the season with the aftermath of him coming Demon Lord. I'm doing the whole like the meeting between the Demon Lords. Everybody in the entire world having to talk about how he became a Demon Lord and how he just massacred an entire army. So we had like 10 episodes of people talking about how he became a Demon Lord. And then Luminous, Team Luminous people come after him. And that gets resolved pretty quickly. And then we get more meetings about how that whole thing happened. He became a Demon Lord. And then we get the festival. I think that's everything, right? The festival? I think that was it. I hated the first half. I really didn't like the first half at all. I always like getting other perspectives on the situation, but I felt like it was too much recapping. Yes, there was a meeting after the festival. We had to get one more meeting in there. But that was a good meeting. Okay, after the festival, that's the meetings I like, where it's just get the people together and talk about where we're going. I don't like when they talk about what has happened. I like when they talk about what they're doing. I hate when they talk about what they've done. Or when they talk about what they're going to do. And then they do it, like, immediately after. That annoys me, too. It was solid, though. Like, I still think it's, like... I guess it's like a high B. I still really enjoyed it. There's, like, some really good moments in this season that I really did like. So, most of them include Luminous. There was that whole segment with Luminous. There's also the segment with Luminous. I really liked the Luminous segments. Everything with the Tengus were good too. That was a good introduction as well. I mean, again, there's some really good moments in this season. Yeah, I'm not the type that I want fight scenes. And I think that was like a problem that a lot of people had when I was covering the show. Is like whenever I had a criticism of the meetings, the immediate response is, oh, you want more fight scenes. No, I don't want fight scenes. I'd rather not have fight scenes. I like the politics and the nations and everything. Like, even in the first season, a lot of people hated the meeting. Not the first season, but the second season. A lot of people hated the meeting between all the nations when they first came and talked with Remedy, and they were having that meeting after that last fight. I like that stuff. I like the political talk, yeah. It's just recap meetings is what I hate. So, anyways. The Weakest Tamer. I wanted this to be so good, and I was loving it at start. Like, this opens up to be something that I would think could be, like I was considering getting the source material early reading this, or watching this. It has a great start. It's very tragic. It is literally, like, Isekai as the weakest character, but done right. Even though I still have my theories on what she can actually be. An interesting take on the Isekai, too, because it's not that she's not the person that's Isekai'd. It's almost like the person that Isekai is like a subconscious mind that speaks to her every now and then. And we don't even get her voice. It's just always like a bell. And then she responds to what the Isekai person says. It's just memories of her previous self. But yeah, super tragic story. My only problem with the show is it feels repetitive in that she goes to a new location, meets people, gets scared, and then runs off to the next place, meets people,
gets friends with them, gets scared, runs off the next place, or has some kind of connection, but then still decides to leave. So it's just like we're just meeting people, getting to know them, and then leaving. And I felt like that part of it got kind of repetitive, but I still think it's like a super, super cool world so far. It's just like the character interactions, and I didn't really like the whole segment where she's trying to help them get the human trafficking ring done. Like, that whole segment was kind of blah, too. Yeah. I still think it's like a solid B question mark. Yeah, around there. Around there. Yeah, and if the whole concept was to purposely travel, it'd be fine. But she's trying to find a place to remain, so it makes it a little more annoying. Like, especially that last group that she met. I was like, okay, these people are legit what your grandma was talking about, the witch was talking about, or the fortune teller. Goodbye, Earth. Bye-bye, Earth? I think it's bye-bye, Earth. Right? I don't remember. Another show with a really crappy end to its core. It's a super, super, super fascinating world. I eat up its world building. But at the same time, its world building makes no freaking sense because it feels like they're cutting stuff or they're just are assuming, leaving it vague for a reason. There's so many like power words they kind of throw out every now and then with like little titles on the screen that I'm like, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. But apparently there's something important going on. I don't know. Like, I'm super intrigued by the world. I think it's super interesting, but I think it's going to be one of those series where does it not translate to animated format? Or is this stuff explained in the source material and they're just skipping it? Yeah, it's like confusing jargon all the time. Like, it's super. I don't know. I want to love it though. I think it's super interesting though. I don't know. We'll see with the second season. Hopefully the second season will be a lot more... make more sense. Or maybe they'll actually finally explain things. Acro Drip. Eh. It had a good start. It kind of lost me at some point. The humor lost me. The only time it was really fun was whenever Blossom was around them a lot. I really never... I know a lot of people, a couple people on Discord was mentioning the fact that they liked Chroma and Date. I always felt like Date and Chroma's chemistry is just not really there for me. It's very bland humor, very repetitive humor. But when Blossom's in the picture, it's always really funny. Like, there's a lot of fun moments with Blossom involved, but overall, comedy-wise, it just didn't really work for me, unfortunately. I really wanted it to. Yeah, Walmart gushing over magical girls. Walmart kids section gushing over magical girls. The death skill. We were just literally talking about this the other night. My instant death ability kills my classmates or something. I forget what the title was. I kill my evil, twisted classmates with my instant death ability. I think it's a low C. It's like a low C. Like, at some point this show, the only thing keeping me watching it was Kanane Seiyu. It's like the third time I've talked about Kanane in this episode. Again, me and Earthly talk about Kanane Seiyus all the time. It's like, and again, I don't blame them because I do agree that there is something bonkers and off the wall about the show that is sort of keeps you watching. But I will admit, like, it tries too hard at some point. It is all over the place. Like, it's incomprehensibly random at some point. Like, it's just throwing stuff at the wall. Like, it's just throwing stuff. Like, at some point, I'm trying to figure out, okay, so is this person that's on the screen an isekai? Are they from an alternate world isekai? Are they one of the people that were are they native to the world? What? Like, at some point, I lost track of who's who, where are they from? Does it matter if I know where they're from? And yeah, I don't really mind so much the idea that he has the instant death ability. That's like, because they did pretty good in making it funny most of the time, like changing up how he kills people instantly. My problem was more in, they were just throwing characters at the screen. I had no clue who the hell who was anymore. Like, I don't know if I should care about who's on the screen. Are they a classmate? Are they a previous classmate isekai there? Are they from an alternate parallel world like the robot thing was? Are they a native of the world? I don't know. Still wanting for the version without any black bars on the screen. Yeah, right. It's fine though. It was fine though. It's a solid C. Go Loser Ranger. I immediately have the ED in my head. Dun 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 dun. I think it's a C too. Like, I wanted to enjoy it, but it's another one of those ones where, like, I think it was like during the whole like training camp stuff, I lost a lot of interest in it. Like, I'm like, why are we doing the training camp? Like, why are we doing the school session? Like, why are we we're trying to kill them, why are we doing this? It turned to something good towards the later part of that whole segment, but I was kind of frustrated with the whole competition and everything. I think it's a solid high C for me. Yeah, it had some good theme songs. Yeah, the later part of the training camp, it, again, technically to kind of pull something together, kind of bringing back something that they thought was long gone. 2.5 Dimensional Seduction, another probably is going to upset some people one. I think it's another C. Another C for me. I was not... At some point I just checked out. Like, I was fine with the show early on, even though it wasn't like super risque like the manga was, because the manga is super good. Like the fan service in the manga is super freaking good. It is super good art. I wasn't minding so much that they were cutting a lot of the ecchi. I think they were doing a good job of still showing something and making it still tasteful in a way, I guess you want to call it that. But at some point they just cut it all out, and so all that was left behind was a very, very bog standard, like, harem show with a theme of cosplay. And that's where it kind of lost me. Like, it's just introducing characters that have like these very kind of very typical traumas, and for some reason they all figured it out. Their lifelong trauma that they have, they somehow figure out in their own head upon seeing Lirisha. Like, they see Lirisha, and just by seeing her, not interacting with Lirisha, they see Lirisha, and then all of their problems, all their trauma for the last like 5 years is suddenly resolved in the middle of a photo shoot, in the middle of like a crowd of people. I hated it. Like that, I hate it. I just like immediately, like, I'm just checking out so freaking fast. But yeah, it felt like it was going to go into something towards the later part that I'm kind of intrigued by, like actually turning his trauma into something like, they're turning his trauma into a theme of cosplay, which is kind of interesting. It feels weird at this point because the show's always felt kind of comedic and not trying too hard. So I'm not sure if I can take it seriously, but we'll see. Well, I'm interested to see the second season because of what they're kind of getting into, but I don't know then I'm gonna like the direction it goes. Don't really care much about the fan service debate for this show. I just enjoy it. It had some pretty big lows, but highs are pretty damn good. Yeah, like I said before, I didn't really, at first, that wasn't really my problem. But at some point, I did realize that the lack thereof it didn't have enough to kind of drive the show. The reason why I did like what fan service they did have is because it was the way that they were using it was a joke to tropes. Like the concept of her wanting him to get lewd pictures because she feels like it's a thing. It's a shot in the shonen manga. She wants to recreate these ecchi shots from the manga because that's what they did there. So it was ecchi for the sake of a comedy beat. And they do that several times in the manga. Anyways, that's that. Unnamed Memory, Unnamed Memory, I think it's called. This is another one where at some point watching the show, I kind of wanted to stop watching it because I felt like something was off, and I heard from a lot of people the adaptation's cutting a lot of stuff. So as an adaptation, not too happy with it. But I do like the characters a lot. I do like the two main characters. I'm going to put it in C. Again, it's probably going to be one of those shows where I'm probably not going to watch the second part, and I'm probably going to put it in my to-read list, because I've heard a lot of good things about the source material. The Fireman Show. I barely got 3 episodes into it. There was nothing wrong with it. I wanted to get back to it eventually. Let me make my dropped. Did you? What was that? Create one below. Whatever. Dropped. No opinion. It'll go in the no opinion area. I dropped it really early. Nothing was technically wrong with it. Yeah, Unnamed Memory. Unnamed Memory did. Family, use a quarter family. No opinion on that one. I didn't drop it. I just got kind of lost in the season transition, and I never got a chance to get back to it. I would like to get back to it eventually, especially with the season 2 coming around. That would be my biggest tier, by the way. I'm not gonna lie. Which one? The Firefire? The 2 Seiyu girls that hate each other and become friends. It was okay what I watched. I think I got like 5 episodes into it. Just I didn't feel like I got my first impressions done. I never really got a desire to go back to it. But it was fine what I watched. Mysterious Disappearances. I think it's like a solid B. I think this is a solid B. I really like the start of it. There was an arc in the middle that I was kind of shrug on. And I'm not mad about the ending, because they did original the ending. I'm not mad about the ending. But I guess it is kind of upsetting that they might never do anything else with the story because they original the ending. Mystical milkers. It was something like what Maiden's disappearances and something. There was something else in there. Fan service was solid, But no, it had some really solid storylines in there. I especially like the whole cat segment. The early story with it was great as well. Her first introduction. The teacher was... It got super brutal with the teacher. So I like it overall. I do admit, like, the later parts where it started really kind of separating him with his sister. And everything around really her going to the school undercover really did lose me. The VTuber arc was good, yeah. Gotta sleep. All right, take care, Delhan. Thanks again for the support. I appreciate it. You have a good night. But yeah. Oh, the show that never ends. It's the show that never ends. Whisper me a love song. The show that never ends. It's fine because I think I paused it briefly, seen a delay, and then I'm like, whatever. I'll probably never get back to it. So I have no opinion on it. I know based on what I was watching early of it, I didn't really feel like it was going to be a show for me. But yeah, I think they're releasing the last episode tomorrow or today. Wouldn't it be Japan time right now? I heard a lot of good things about the source material, so yeah, that does kind of suck. Probably start yelling then. Well, tell of Wedding Rings. It's like a D. I would admit, I do admit that I read all the manga at this point, so there was a side of me that was kind of bored because I already knew what was going to happen, and I dropped the manga way late in it because I got sick and tired of it. Like, it's super repetitive. Like, there's some interesting story plot lines around it, but it's super boring. It's super repetitive. And the main character is super obnoxious. Anyways, the anime adaptation was okay. Kind of rough looking at times, but that's kind of expected for that studio. VTuber. It's not for me. Just plain and simple, VTuber Legend's just not for me. I don't care much for VTubers. I don't hate VTubers. I just don't find them interesting. The show does a very good job of portraying VTubers as far as I understand. It's I don't care. It's super thirsty. And that's exactly what VTubers are, is super thirsty. But at least with the VTuber Legend, it seems like it's actually she's super thirsty for females and not necessarily an act that they're putting on for their viewers. But yeah, it's just not my cup of tea, not my comedy. Blue Archive. Blue Archive I'm gonna say high B. I think high B. I think high B for me for Blue Archive. I will admit there was like a few episodes of that series that kind of wasn't really that great, but overall I really enjoyed the show, and I really wasn't expecting to like it that much. But I think most of the stories they covered, which I think is mostly like all like the very beginning chapters, most of them I really did enjoy. Good introductions to the girls from Abydos. I think it's Abydos. I enjoyed it. Ishida. The show only me and Earthly watched. Ishida is very good. If you're a fan of Fate, the Fate franchise, the idea of like a bunch of people, you know, with like insanely powerful abilities that just like go head to head until one of them is deleted because they're like that massively OP that literally whoever's going to win is going to delete the other person. It definitely falls in that category. I found it super intriguing. The politics were super interesting as well. The backstories for each of the characters were super fascinating. There's like a story to each one of the individuals that are isekai'd into that world. I really enjoyed it. I really, really liked it. I'd probably say like a low A. Low A for me. I'm looking for this season 2. Season 2 is going to be great, hopefully. Webb, you don't watch anything. You play video games and say how your backlog's huge. Don't lie. Good one, really liked it. Volume 1 was season 1. Yeah, it does seem like they're taking their time on it. I heard that they were going really slow on the adaptation. That's good. Like 86 situation where they're like taking their time with them, like a single volume. Yeah, my only fear for season 2 is that the PV I have not seen Best Girl yet, and that kind of bugs me. I have not seen the Elf Girl yet, and that kind of concerns me a little bit. I've seen the crazy chick that's manipulating her, but I have not seen the elf chick yet. Probably by choice because she's trying to keep it a secret. The Drake Mandrake. That was I'm not gonna say anything. Shut up, Andrew. Not gonna say anything. The whole thing with Mandrake's story, like that last episode that he was in, it was like, yeah, that kind of happened. Issue was good as hell. Art was awesome. Overall story was great. Yeah, I like the pterodactyl dude too. That stuff was great too. Like I think it was. I really think it was a. I can't think of a single character in that story that I haven't liked so far. Probably the main, the crazy swordsman dude. Yeah, Kia. Kia was Best Girl. The whole concept of Kia is just insane, dude. Like that's one of those aspects that's like, how do you write a story around a girl with that kind of power? Like how does anything else function in a world with her powers? Yeah, world words. Anyways, Apothecary Diaries. Easily S tier. Again, another series that was in my top 10 of the year. I really, really liked Apothecary Diaries. Mama's Best Girl. Any Ramas are like, yeah, I admit that a part of me is, if you're not a longtime fan of Ranma, you're probably not going to see it as being an S tier series. But as a longtime fan of Ranma, I really like it. So it's like there's an admission of bias of how much I like the franchise. But yeah, Apothecary Diaries is really fantastic. I will admit, yeah, there's like 2 or 3 episodes, like the whole brothers thing with the Zelda puzzle and stuff like that were like, eh. But other than like a couple of episodes in the second core, or 3 episodes or so, like the rest of it's been fantastic. Like everything around her father was amazing. Everything around the concubines is absolutely fantastic. There's so many good stories, and Mama is such a great, infectious character. Yeah, they got rid of the Ghost in the Shell chick, which kind of does suck. I was still waiting for that to be a. You thought so. Very good show. I'm rewatching it actually now, and it's another one of those shows where I've heard that it's good adaptation, but I would love to eventually read it. Yeah, second season. Shoot, like what? A week away. I'm jazzed. I'm super pumped for Mama to come back. More Mama faces to clip. The evil lieutenant. There's like it's like the mastermind evil bad guy or something like that is actually super good or something like that. I only watched like a brief segment of it. I have no opinion of it. Like I think I watched 1 episode of it. So I don't really have an opinion. Some of the mystery of the week stories were kind of mid. Yeah, I felt like a lot of the mystery segments weren't, and I was kind of curious if the novel was different. Like I admitted with the whole situation with the fish tank brothers, the Zelda puzzle, I almost felt like that one was a little bit too obvious from a visuals perspective, because us as anime viewers, we get a visual of the whole room while she's trying to look around and everything. And so it seems like it's too obvious to us. Plus, let's be honest, Mao Mao hasn't played a million Zelda games like we all have, so we don't get the Zelda puzzle, the Tomb Raider puzzle. She hasn't played a bunch of those games, so she doesn't know that kind of stuff. But again, it could be perspective and it being based on it being a visual. And I wonder if something like that was a lot more difficult to piece together as a novel, like reading it. So I'm kind of curious if some of the puzzles are a little bit more, or mysteries are more interesting in the novel series, whereas the anime kind of loses something. But honestly, a lot of the mystery around those things weren't really something that was forefront to me. It was always about the characters. Like the whole situation with the concubine that was always sick, and her getting back with the was it like a general or something like that? I thought that was again a situation where I wasn't so much so interested in that story about how she got there. It was more about at the end when they explained the fact that she was making herself sick to keep herself pure, and then getting reunited with the man that she loves. That's where it punched me in the face. Like it's the explanation afterwards that really kind of pieces all together to something great. It was a story about why she was doing it, not necessarily trying to figure out why she's doing it. So, if that makes sense, it's more about the characters and the reason for it than rather the mystery. Because yeah, I don't think that that's really like complicated stories. Now, I think there is quite a bit of it that you can piece together with the father, which I thought was actually decently put together. The father's whole story was actually decently put together as a mystery. Anyways, Mama approaches the glowing NPC. There's a question mark above this NPC. Anyways, Dr. Elise. Dr. Elise was actually a lot more enjoyable than I thought it was going to be. I actually really did like Dr. Elise. How much do I like it? If I remember correctly, this is another one that's not really a good stopping point, too. It's like a solid low B. I like it. I like Dr. Elise. Gushing over the magical girls. Anybody watching this that knows me knows going to go in the S tier. Just put it up there. We all know you're going to put it in the S tier. Gushing over magical girls, fantastic. Ecchi's good, obviously, but I love the Descent in Madness that show has. I've talked about death at this point. Anybody that's watching this knows me. It's just good. Like, Utena is just a fantastic character overall, and I'm scared. Have they announced a studio for the second season yet? It's probably going to be the same studio. I really don't know. I don't know that second season's going to be... I want it to be good, but I really am... I'm scared how not good the second season could end up being if they put the same quality into it as they did this time. Not like I was hiding my thoughts on it. Studio blind? Is that a joke? Or do you mean to say Studio Bind? Yeah, I don't think Studio Bind's touching it. That would be good, though. I think Studio Bind would be great for it. Was the original studio blind? I don't think it's... What was the original studio? Mahoko. Asahi Productions. What are they currently working on? Oh, they're doing the Fruit Master skill one. Ew. I don't know. They're not terrible. So I'm wondering if it's just a not given time. I hope that if they do get the second season, they will step it up because it gets super crazy. It gets very shonen-y. No, Vine needs to focus. They need to focus on the new Sound Euphonium show and the new Rock show and yeah, Mushoku Tensei Season 3. But we all know if there's any failures with Mushoku Tensei Season 3, guess who's getting blamed for it? Yep, the Sound Euphonium show and the Rock show are both going to get blamed for any any bad quality we get from Mushoku Tensei Season 3. Anyways, moving on. Sumisho. Wait, I dropped Sumisho. What did I drop? Sumisho. I think high A. I think like high A. It almost it's probably like barely. It wants to open up the door to S. It's like right in the doorway to S tier. I really like Sumisho. Now I'm gonna put an S. Because there was barely any episodes that I didn't like cry at some point. So I don't know if I can put it in A. It's in that area though. It's like low A, high, or low S, high A. Because I don't think there was a single dry eye each week of that series. Like it just knew how to take it out. Now, I think the only thing that's really kind of pushed me towards A is because I've read the manga. And so there's a lot of stuff in there that's like, oh, that would be so good if it was in there. But I like I said several times throughout its airing, I understand why they adapted it the way they did, is because the manga is super scattershot and scatterbrained. Like this mangaka probably talked to them quite a bit about. My assumption, I have no evidence of this. My assumption is the writer probably had them focus it a lot more and take out a lot of things, like a lot of stuff around Moria and stuff like that, just to focus it, because the manga is, every chapter is all over the place. It's constantly jumping around to tons of different characters, and characters that don't really, in the core story, mean much. There's just a lot of stuff around Moria that I didn't like them cutting. Technically, there was a meeting with her mother, which would have been really cool if they actually had in there. But other than that, I think it's the anime was so more focused. The whole author stuff was cut out, which is fine in my opinion. So I want to see the conversation between Marika and Take. Oh, Marika, yeah. They did have in the manga, there was a little excerpt, but yeah, that kind of sucked. They didn't have that in the anime. Not an actual conversation though. Yeah, hit a little personal there for you, Earthly. Just hit a little personal there. Just saying things word for word. That's not gonna affect you anyway, right? Yeah, Marika thinking her would have been really great. I think that would have been really cool. Anyways, yeah, I think it's fantastic. Really, really fantastic show. Unfortunately, probably most reward shows not going to pay much attention to it. I don't think in the end of the day, I don't think it really had that much viewership. Sucks. Anyways, Roshidere. There's quite a few people that were surprised that Roshidere was not in my top 10 list. It was kind of interesting that a lot of people were kind of confused as to why that was not in my top 10 list. And it's really just to say there's a lot of really good shows this year. But I do admit that, like, everything outside of Masha and Yuki and what was the maid's name? I forgot the maid's name. Whenever it's focused on Alia, it's super boring. Like, yeah, it's really like what we said before. It's Yuki does not hide her feelings for her brother. It's not Alia sometimes hides her feeling in Russian. It's Yuki does not hide her feelings for her brother. Yuki makes the show. Yuki, Masha, and the maid makes the show. Alia is just super outshined, like massively outshined that show. I think Alia early on was solid. But the moment that Yuki shows up, it just like, get back to Yuki. I think it's a really solid high A for me. And I think a lot of what brings it down from S tier for me is that whole later arc. Like the moment they get in the competition with Aya and they go up to the stage, and the last episode, especially the last episode, was like a very blah episode. But yeah, other than that, Yuki's freaking phenomenal. Every scene with Yuki's fantastic. Yuki is S tier. The Yuki show. Yuki, goddess of chaos, for the win. Besto girl. Dude, I literally think I really should put it together. I would have never gotten to it, obviously, by this point. I probably could do it maybe next week or something like that. If I had to do like a best girl tier list, I mean, obviously Holo's still gonna beat out anything, but I think she would be second best girl of the year. Dude, all the fan art and all the AI, like even the AI Yuki fan art is good. We were sharing way too much Yuki fan art, AR art, and everything. But yeah, I think besides Holo, I think she was the best of the year. I mean, there's gonna be some rezero characters too, Mashoko Tensei with Roxy, but yeah, she'd be way up there. Like for new characters, Machina Girls too. That's true. That is true. I think Yuki beats all the Machina Girls, like, though. Like, just personality-wise and everything. Like, Lemon, yeah, Lemon's definitely a contender there, but damn. And you just call it the Holo Best Girl tier list in her honor. Holo deserves everything. Holo deserves everything. I mean, it's very difficult for anybody to beat something as perfect as Holo. Let me take a quick break. I'm gonna go stretch my legs for a little bit and get a refill on the drink. And I'll be right back. If I can find my beer.
Back. Like people disappearing. Nobody likes my be right back sign. They all run away from Roxy. It's like, we're not worthy, and they run off. Hibana is peak. She is peak. She's very peak. All right. Return with a show that I didn't watch. I didn't watch second season. Unfortunately, I was not. I liked a lot of the world aspects of that show, but the production was garbage. Did anybody watch the second season? Hibana jump scare. I know, like, the first season, the quality was just dropping like a rock. I did like the world, though. Out of episode 8, having tears. It reminds me, I was walking around for a little bit, checked my Twitter feed, and somebody said that Ultra knocked Bell into another season. Don Machi delays. Oof. Elusive Samurai. I wanted to like Elusive Samurai, and it had some really good moments, like some really good. That fight in that room was super good. Animation was freaking amazing, but its format is so blah, and its comedy is so annoying. Like, it's like Your Lie in April. I had it, for those that don't know, Your Lie in April I could not get invested in. I really didn't like the comedy of Your Lie in April. I felt it really ruined a lot of the dramatic beats in that series, and I couldn't take it seriously because the comedy was just so jarring. Elusive Samurai has the same issue. Like, the comedy just ruins so many scenes. And I know that's probably the point. The author didn't want a lot of the trauma the character's going through to be like something that would set in them, but it's obnoxious comedy. Like, it's super obnoxious comedy. Like, yeah, the priest guy, oh my gosh, I hate him so much. I freaking hate the priest guy so freaking much. That it's like that joke about the flashbang whenever you open up something that doesn't have a dark mode and it just like flashbangs you. It's like that all the time. And the CGI horse tournament looked, but it's like I would have put low B. I think low B is solid. I definitely watch the second season for sure. It got a second season, right? I think it got a second season. I had a problem with the writer's comedy in Assassination Classroom too, so it's just his comedy doesn't work for me most of the time, unfortunately. Yeah, the serious moments are amazing if it wants to stay in it for more than 2 seconds. Oh, what's this one called? Blanking on the name of it. It was all right. It was all right. Probably another C show. Low C for me. Metallic Rose, yeah. Wasted potential, I think, is a good way to put it. Like, 'cause I think based on like the setting, and the setting's great. The story's the world it built and the setting's good. It's just it turns really quickly into the usual, like, can robots have feelings? And I thought the bounty hunting aspect of it was pretty cool, but then the later arc, how it concluded, was just shrug. Like, the ending storyline was very shrug. I did like the backstory stuff. The backstory was solid. Level 99, super good. Another big surprise villainous show that I really liked. I really, really like the main character. She makes it. And I do actually think this is one of those rare ones where, like, the later storyline was actually really good. Like, they kind of get in the whole idea of, like, well, it wouldn't be predestination, right? It's kind of like, yeah, it's kind of like a predestination. Like, you have to go by the laws of the world, and you're trying to break those laws. But she makes it. Like, her attitude and her
reaction to being treated like a bad person was so freaking funny. Best boy in there too. I just love her. I like, to this day I still remember that one scene where the queen is telling her, I think was to get married to the prince or whatever, and she's like, Yadasu. and the way that she so bluntly says this to the queen, like the Yadasu, like right in her face, and then she realizes how blunt she was. It was so great. I like that scene, still cracks me up thinking about it. Be casually creating a black hole. But it was too funny. I really enjoyed it. Can't get into any villainous anime. I will admit that I'm more open-minded than most people are to villainous anime. But I am still, at the end of the day, pretty critical of them if they're not doing enough. Like this year we had Villainous 99 and the one from this season, this one, were definitely like the two standouts for villainous stories. Like I loved Villainous Go Down in History. That's probably another solid A. I really enjoyed these two. And it's really just comes down to just having a really solid main character and not putting too much focus on the Otome game male characters. Like both of these did a really good job of not really being too focused on too many characters. Now, Villainous Level 99, if I remember correctly, yeah, it was based on that. That was based on an Otome game because she was the one that was the hidden boss. Yeah. I don't care for them, but the level 99 hidden boss was actually really good. Yeah. Making someone train to best her so they could be together. No, that was the funny thing about that whole thing with Villainous 99 was the fact that because she broke things so much, like it actually messed with the progress of the main girl. I do like that aspect as well. Like we have to now power level her because of that. She tried to get her to wear there was like a mob. They can wear accessories, and most people wear this thing that prevents you from dying. And she just ran around with this thing that lured mobs instead. And she's trying to get them to wear the same thing, and they're like, hell no. And then she gets the flute, the summoning flute, and she keeps blowing it. It was too good. Besides the fact that they were summoning CGI monsters that looked horrible, it was great. I loved it. So, anyways, yeah, even the what was that one big villainous one that came out a couple years ago, and they had a sequel. I really like the first season of that one, but I will admit that some of them do technically fall apart at some point. Yeah, she was wearing her XP booster, and she was using the flute to draw monsters. It's good stuff. Good stuff. The quality assurance in Another World. I like this one because it's different. You have to go. I thought you left a long time ago, dude. Halt. Get the hell out of here. You've been here too long. Yeah, Lisa Latte. Yeah. First season was super good. I didn't get in the second season at all. Take care, dude. Halt. Hey, Wing Racer. Quality assurance I liked because it was so unique and different, but I will admit that at some point it kind of lost me. Like it does kind of get a little bit muddied at some point, but I did like the idea of like Q&A MMO people being trapped in that world. I think it's like a solid C+. Like it's a decent show. It's a decent show. Sorry. I forgive you every time. Jellyfish Can't Swim in the Night. Probably a solid A for me. I really like it. I love when an original story actually holds together. I thought the characters were fantastic. The style and the animation itself was really fantastic as well. There was like one moment with the characters kind of having a little outburst that was kind of cringy to me, but other than that, like I think most of the character stories were really solid and put together. Even the Fujoshi, like That wasn't really a Fujoshi. She acts like Fujoshi. The girl that's like obsessed with the idol girl. I thought that I was gonna not like her, but she actually turned out to be a really fantastic character. Turns into kind of the whole inspiring. She gets inspired and she inspires somebody else. I thought was really beautiful. Take care, Naka. Thanks for dropping by. I appreciate your support. Really do. But no, I liked all the character stories. Really fantastic. Had some Ri Takahashi in there too, which I always appreciate. I think the final storyline was... There was parts about the final storyline that kind of felt like it was a little bit... It's the best way to put it. It feels a little forced. But at the same time, it didn't take away from the fact that how it all concluded was super emotional. The cast scroll. The cast scroll scene just... It still beat the crap out of me. I really liked how it kind of concluded. Really like what little they got into the other idol girl, which I enjoyed as well. So it's good stuff. It's good stuff. I really liked it. Senpai is an otokonoko because Crunchyroll's afraid of the actual term cross-dresser. Senpai is otokonoko. I thought it was charming. I didn't finish it, but I thought it was... What I did watch was charming. I just didn't like the style. I think it's probably like... For me, like in the C territory. Plus, I really didn't like the other girl. I really didn't like her. Well, I guess she's the only girl. I didn't like the girl in this show. She's super annoying. Can't see him in fulls. Am I still too zoomed out? I can probably zoom in a little bit. Trashes are Etole and Last Crusade. Anyways, rezero, obviously S tier. It would have been my top 10 list of this year, but it's still continuing. I'm putting it as one season because it's still classified as one season, so that's why it wasn't in my top list. But if it's gonna be my top list, it's gonna be way up there. I think this season has been absolutely fantastic. I love the franchise. I rewatched the entire first 2 seasons before the new season came out, and I was immediately hooked again. Like, typically, if I'm doing a rewatch, I'm probably gonna like skip to the important parts. I did watch it at I did my rewatch at 1.5 speed, which didn't really affect it too much. But like I was hooked immediately, and then when it got to the crazy parts, I immediately went back to normal speed. I'm just like absorbed in watching it, even though this is the second time watching it. It's just that good. Like even on a rewatch, it's just that good. Like I loved every minute of it. Yeah, the only problem and the only reason it's not like the best show of the year, hands down, no questions asked, is there's not enough for M. Best girl is best body pillow right now. She's just like sleeping the whole time. I say A, probably because you like Rem, right? You understand. Last Crusade deserves so much better. Yeah, I barely got through 3 episodes. The quality was dropping like a rock, and I'm just like, I love the first season, but I didn't love it, but I like the first season. Shut up, Earthly. Shut up, Earthly. Mao 2099. Is this done yet? It was a late starter. I think it's got one more episode, unless it just released it. Akidon is great, too. Akidon is really great. It's going 12 episodes. It's done in 2 days, so this weekend it's finally finishing. I really like Mao 2099. I think it's a really cool realized world. I've been really enjoying it so far. My only problem is like here this recent episode, I didn't really understand why she revived her, because she wanted the artifacts, because she was told to get the artifacts, and she decided just to revive her instead, which didn't really make any sense to me. But yeah, I'm really liking it. I think it's really good. It's been a big surprise for me. I'm hoping that they'll do another season of this, because I think it's got a really cool setup so far. I'm gonna put an A. I've seen Blue Box, 4 episodes. I put it on hold because I don't know that I care to watch it anymore. Like I got like 4 episodes in, realized what they're doing, and I'm like, I don't know if I care to watch this right now. I really don't know. I don't care to watch the whole, like, this is the obvious best girl, but he's obsessed with this one girl, and I know he's gonna break her heart at some point. I don't know if I care to watch this right now. Like, Blue Box legit has like a Yuki character, and she's gonna get heartbroken. Sleeping Rem makes her best girl. I don't want to know. Don't bother, Beth Girl isn't going to win. She knows she's not going to win. I said that in my first impressions when I made my video. I knew she wasn't going to win. It's really good, though. Yeah, my only problem that I had early on was that I felt like the main character had nothing going for him. I've heard that that changes, but, like, from the first episodes, I already hate the main character because it feels like he eat, breathe. I understand the idea of a crush, but I guess we're getting into it now. Where's it at? My only problem that I was having with Blue Lock, because it looks good. The characters so far, the girls at least, are good. My only problem that I had from the first 4 or so episodes was that I felt like the main character had nothing. He had nothing. I wanted more out of his character, and really what his character felt like was just he's always thinking about the female lead. Everything he does has something to do with the female lead. His whole decision to push in his sports was for the female lead. And it's like, dude, do you think about anything else besides the female character? Like, even when he's not around her, he's constantly thinking about her. And again, I understand that's what happens when you get a crush. But that doesn't help me care for his character at all. Like, I have no care for his character. His character is nothing. I don't know. I'll probably get back to it eventually. I might just watch the dub. I don't know. Maybe watch the dub while doing something else. While playing Girls Frontline or something. Something to help me get through it. I don't know. Isn't there a dub coming out for it? I'm surprised that Netflix didn't launch it with the dub. My issue is the senpai isn't interesting to me yet. She was fine. Like, she's cute. I understand, but, like, her whole story so far for me that I've seen has been she cried when she failed to try out, but she's still trying. Okay? And... oh, but, well, she cried. She showed her vulnerability, but then she keeps trying. Okay, and... well, she keeps trying. Okay, and... she's really talented. Okay, and... blue hairs never win. Except for Max Sterling. I mean, it's sort of setting up like Makane might have a blue hair winner. I mean, she is the cover girl, but we'll see. We'll see. I would have to think on that one, though. My Hero Academia. It's My Hero Academia. This season was better than the previous season, but it's still, like, barely holding on to any left consciousness I have of My Hero Academia at this point, that I just want it to be done and over with. It started really strong. Like, when they brought in the America chick, I was like, holy hype, this chick is actually, like, fun. Like, it's another, like... America chick was, I mean, by story reasons, it was like an All Might character out of nowhere. And I was, like, super pumped. And then, like, within the episode... okay, never mind. Let's go back to our cast of characters who are too busy worrying about how the villain cried. My Hero Academia has kind of lost me a long time ago. I'm barely holding on. My nieces would have put S tier. They still love it. He has top 3 in the Funkin' Country. Hina's great, dude. Like I said, she's like a Yuki character. I like the mischievous characters lately. These new Yuki mischievous characters are just... I eat them up. Learn from DBZ School of Fight sequences. I don't know, I'm just happy that is anybody like a massive, or not a massive, but has anybody read the manga of My Hero Academia? Is this final season going to be like, does it look like it will play out with like what, 2 cores, or is this going to be one of those like and there's an obvious reason why Attack on Titan was called Final Season Part 1, 2, Part 3, whatever. Do you think that we'll do like parts, or do you think it's going to actually finish in 2 cores? Because the reason that Attack on Titan was the final season, part 1, 2, 3, is because a new studio took over and they were trying to distinguish it to them by calling it final season parts. Is they wanted to make final season be their studios, I'm guessing. I don't know why the studio would be able to make that call. Maybe it was a production committee making that call. I'm assuming that's why they did that. Should be 2 core. The final season stuff with Attack on Titan was stupid. It was stupid. Yeah, I can see them doing maybe maybe possibly a season and then do a movie. They gotta do a movie. I mean, they're making tons of money on those movies. They might as well. 1 core? Question mark? Huh. Interesting. The Bike Girls was Garbo. Didn't care for it, dropped it. Windbreakers, I didn't finish. I was actually enjoying what I have watched of it, and I think it could actually be a really solid series. I think that got a second season too, so I might actually go back and finish that. It was okay. Like, I did enjoy the characters. The main guy was like a tsundere. I'm not sure if they kept to that whole thing. I might go back to that one. Windbreakers is great. Watch it. I don't trust you, Webby. Any suggestions from Webby, I don't trust. I've seen way too many hot takes on Twitter from Webby. I don't trust him at all. But I will go back to it. What I've watched of it, I enjoyed. WTF. Right, you're leaving. Whatever. To go play Marvel Rivals. It's better than Tokyo Avengers, that's for damn sure. We don't have him going back in time and back to the future where he changes nothing, even though like significant things change in the past. Damn, called out. I always call out Webby Gaming. I don't trust Webby. The old Osan Super Adventurer, I got beefed up by a party of S ranks. I was fine with what I've watched. I was actually planning on getting back to watching it because it seemed decent, but it was at the same time as Parry Everything. Was it Parry Everything? Yeah, Parry Everything. And I chose because they felt so similar to watch Parry Everything. Now, I do feel like the Osan one was a lot more comedy focused on the whole idea of an OP person that doesn't realize he's OP, whereas Parry Everything was more, I guess, chilled out. I really liked Parry Everything, but I did want to get back to Osan because I did hear that was good. And he does get over his I'm not OP thing really quickly. Yeah, there was some good fight scenes in Windbreakers that I watched. It kind of reminded me of something like a Tenjo Tenge or something like that. Martial arts brawler kind of thing with school setting. Some long-running shows should do final episode. Just literally, new anime season starts and they just do 1 episode. It's probably short and it's done. I'm not sure what you mean. Osan was fun. Don't trust you, Webby. Osan newbie drops that doesn't realize after 3 episodes. Yeah, I seem to remember, like, when I finished watching it, it felt like he was starting to realize it. Like, oh, okay, maybe not. Since I like it, now you have to skip it. Web Gaming's gonna switch to going, man, that was garbage show, just to get me to watch stuff now. Just caught up with Orb. Its peak. It is amazing, dude. I'm glad you're enjoying it too. If it wasn't carrying over to winter, it would be in my running for top 10. I'm just gonna put it off until next year, where I can struggle there with rezero and stuff. Pseudo harem. It's cute and charming. I think it gets repetitive at times, but it was fine. Like I had struggles early on with it. I felt it was very repetitive, but it at least has the characters kind of go places with their relationship, which is kind of nice. If you want to believe they actually have a relationship, I wasn't really sure. Like, pseudo harem's like one of those ones where like it doesn't want to show things, and so at some point I was just kind of wondering. I'm like, I don't even know if they're in a relationship or what, because they keep skipping scenes, which I don't know why they did that. But it's fine. Like, it was a charming show. I'll put a high C. Yeah, it had a good ending. I did like Pseudo Harem's ending. But honestly, the Seiyu carried it. For sure, the Seiyu carried it. I think most people that I've seen were super hype on it. They just like the Seiyu. Mashoko Tensei, I love I love. You just saying that because I say it. I ain't gonna. You ain't gonna fool me when you're just calling out things that I already talk about. You gotta do other stuff. Amigami Sisters. It's fine so far. It's definitely got more meat than most typical like shrine harem type of shows, which I do like. The main character's solid. Little sis, obviously best girl. I haven't been too impressed by the backstory stuff yet, which does kind of concern me. Like, Yai's backstory was just kind of very simple. Like, I don't know if anybody else kind of agrees with that. I was kind of hoping a little bit more getting into Yai's story, and if that's it, then that kind of scares me for other stuff. Like, it's just, mom was really strict, and he showed up at some point, and I'm starting to get scared that it's going to be one of those things where like he knows all of them from their childhood. Somehow he's met every single one of them when they were younger and saved them somehow by dragging her away from this the henchman. I don't know, it didn't give me too much hope for it. I do like Yai's character though. I think they've done really well in that all of these girls are like really solid personalities and have some cute nature about themselves. Like, it's done a good job of selling them. But I don't know, it's just been kind of solid, but nothing like amazing so far. And it feels like it should have more ecchi than it has. I mean, it has a nice, solid sprinkle of it. Like, it doesn't try too hard, which I do like. Like the show, I have faith since SB recommended it. I didn't think it didn't disappoint. Also, Yai backstory, yeah, it's nothing but new, but I like it. So glad double core. 2 core. Just join. Can tell me what anime you are talking about. Amigami Sisters. Tying the knot with Amigami Sisters. I know. We'll see. We'll see if it kind of picks up that stuff. It's been, like I said, it's been solid so far. I do like the characters. Oh, Girls Band Cry. We're skipping Girls Band. I'm not even gonna do. We're just not gonna do girl. We'll just put Girls Band Cry in the no opinion. It's in the no opinion area. I feel like you have to like Girls Band Cry, otherwise the fandom will come for you. The fandom of Girls Band Cry will find you and destroy you. I'm trying to remember why I kind of sat back then, but thinking back on it right now, I think Girls Band Cry is decent. Like, I'm not a massive fan of it, especially early on. I feel it's very melodrama-y, which I typically don't like shows that are very melodrama-y. I had the same problem with Bang Dream Is My Go. I just find a lot of that kind of like excessive emotional character kind of annoys me. And I was a little bit disappointed that the rival group was so conveniently addressing her past. Like, the moment they popped up this new girl in the other band, I'm like, oh, it's totally gonna be her friend. Like, I just, it felt so, like, forced. I'm like, it's gonna be her. Yep, it's her friend. Oh, you just never realized that she was actually a massive fan, too, because you didn't open your eyes. And then it just turns into a whole goofy rivalry kind of thing. Either way, though, I think it was a solid show. The CGI was really well done. Even though there's a few points where it feels like there's a little bit too much realism in the environments versus them, the expressiveness of the characters was great. The OP's phenomenal. I think it's like a high B for me. It's My Go I enjoyed a lot more, and that's mainly because I loved the singer's story. It's Bang Dream Is My Go, the vocalist, her story was literally what made that season for me. I think her story was fantastic. When is Blue Box English dub? I was wondering about that. I was asking about that earlier, because I was thinking about actually watching the dub. I thought Girls Band Cry was really good. There was some flaws, but I thought it was pretty raw. Yeah. Yeah, I'm cautiously excited for Av Musica because I did kind of want to know. That was obviously the lacking aspect of It's My Go. Like, it's just this drama is just caking up and building up in that story, and we get no answer around it. Like, there's this girl that doesn't want to have anything to do with our group, and she's building her own group, and she will never go back, and getting a little bit more insight into her would be great, rather than it just be one girl trying to get something out of her for an entire season, or at least a couple episodes. We'll see though. What was this one called? I didn't finish it. I watched, I don't really have an opinion of it. I'm just gonna put it in here. I dropped it after, like, 3 episodes. I don't remember why. I think it was the comedy that wasn't working for me. I think it was really the comedy itself wasn't working for me. It had kind of like a whole, Kaguya-sama Love is War kind of thing going on, with, like, competing with each other. It was like most of the animation was given to, like, all the budget was given to, like, the boxing characters inside their minds that were boxing back and forth. Like, there's all the animation was in, like, how, like, overly animated the boxing scenes were. Rough. Dear Over Damsel, I probably won't finish. I got super behind on it. Chris told me don't worry about it, don't bother with it. He showed me a clip later on. It looks stupid, so I probably will never get back to it. I hated the guy. He was so annoying. Oi Tombo, I really liked. Super charming show. I'd probably put it in, like, the B area. Just because the later half of it kind of was, or later story of it kind of started losing me, but I really liked Oi Tombo. I haven't watched second season, though, unfortunately. It's lost in Amazon. Appraisal Skill second season, a lot better than the first season. The first season I liked the first few episodes, and then it started losing me towards the second part of it. And then when I got into second season, I wasn't actually planning on watching the second season, but when I got into the second season, it started getting a lot better for me. I haven't watched the last episode yet, though. It's not amazing, though. I'd probably still put it in, like, a B category. Like a high B. Trapped in a dating sim, main mob character, English dub is crazy, edge style. I like it. Well, let's be honest. Life is Tough for Mobs is edgy to begin with. Like literally, that character is edge boy. What was this one called? Did anybody ever pick this up? I don't think this ever got licensed. I'm not a fan of... I like the Club Girls type of aspect of the show. Is it on YouTube? I like the club aspect of the show, but I'm not... Yeah, Ponomichi. I'm not a fan of the game, and it felt like a lot of the comedy was very referential, very parody. It's not parody, it's referential to, like, the gambling manga / anime. Kaito? Is it Kaito? It's very referential comedy, and so a lot of the comedy didn't really work for me. Went right over my head. The characters weren't great. I'm probably gonna put it in D. It's kind of I'm in the same boat as Acro Trip. Like, a lot of the comedy didn't really work for me, and I'm not really a big fan. I'm not really like informed on the game or anything like that, so it didn't really. A lot of it kind of went over my head. Plus, the one girl that I was looking forward to didn't show up until like episode 6. She like show up until like episode 6. I did like the wannabe Chisato character though. I did like her. Brave Brammer, brave bang brave Bravern, bang Brammer, Bravern bangs. B or A? I didn't care much for the later part of it, honestly. The beginning was jarring. I liked the premise and the build-up, and the ending felt super... Not that it felt forced or anything, but it felt like, oh, we're doing that thing. Like, it's one of those endings where you're like, oh, we're doing that thing. Like, it's the whole, like, oh, we're looping it, but that doesn't really make any sense. But, okay, whatever, we're doing it. It's like one of those, like, we're doing this, but I know what we're doing, but I don't think that kind of works, but we're doing it anyways, so let's do it. I'm gonna put it in B. It's like a B plus, A minus. Like, it's still good. Like, there was a lot of the goofiness that I really did enjoy. It's got an infectious charm to it that I did enjoy about it. So, one of those shows of all time. It is one of those shows, yes. And it makes it too hard to follow character stat sheets. Need to read the appraisal skill manga. There's a lot about what he kind of flies up on the screen constantly that kind of does make me kind of take a double take. Like, what does that mean in this world? Like, what does potential mean in this world? What is, because a lot of it sounds like it sounds the same. So it'd be interesting to kind of see that stuff in greater detail. I'm sure the novel probably has like entire pages to that stuff. Rather an old school mecha with a twist. I mean, it is super robot, yeah. It's kind of going for the whole super robot thing. It's not really getting the super. It's more like it's almost like Super Sentai mecha. Like, it's got the Super Sentai mecha, like the Power Ranger type of mecha stuff going on. That kind of stuff. It's one of those shows I would have loved 20 years ago. I would have probably digged it a lot more 20 years ago. I can kind of agree with you there. Like, if I watched this as a kid, I would probably eat it up. all those betting scenes in Trapped in Dating Sim had the mob doing the real life act. I think the dub artist took personality upon himself and did his own thing. Well, that's good. 365 days to the wedding. I wanted this show to be great, and the first episodes were really good, and I thought that they could do some really cool stuff with it, but then I got really boring. It got really boring. I still think it's like a solid C area, but man, did it fall off for me. It really fell off for me. And the ending felt super rushed. Not that... Yeah, it felt rushed. Like I felt with that ending, it felt like it was just kind of going, okay, we gotta wrap this up. Like, oh crap, we're only doing this many episodes. Go ahead and wrap it up quick. Get it quick done. T-Ace, take care. Thanks for dropping by. I'll make sure to take down the VOD just to punish you for leaving. But yeah, it's still all right. But yeah, it felt in the end. It was good. Yeah, it was still good. Hana, what the hell was this one called? Hana something. The two pure girls brush with the abusive boyfriend. The abusive yandere obsessive boyfriend. Hananoi-kun sounds right. I think this show would have worked for me if it did a better job getting into his character, or at least had a pushback point. Because when I was talking about this show kind of makes me feel uncomfortable. I said it from the very beginning with the first impressions, and I think I still have the same feeling towards the later part. This show is uncomfortable to watch because I don't like his character. His character is very obsessive. From what I understand, that's technically the point. He's a very obsessive person. He doesn't know boundaries, and she doesn't really put up the boundaries. Like, she's just discovering what love is, and he's just kind of broken. Like, it is totally a story about broken love. But I don't feel like, in the end, I don't feel like it was satisfying. Like, it's fine. Like, it's not as like every love is perfect. And I think that was kind of the draw that I had to it, was how broken their love is. Or their perspective on what love is. But I don't feel like in the end I got enough pay for that uncomfortableness. So in the end I just didn't fully enjoy it. I think it's like a C for me. Mid C. Yeah. I think I'm comfortable there. Condition Called Love, yeah. That was the English title. Adaptation wasn't great either. I can see that. The bartender Ria Takahashi show, the show that spent all of its budget hiring Ria Takahashi to sing karaoke. I kind of wanted to finish this show. I watched, 4, 5 episodes. The comedy was solid, but I couldn't stand the quality of the production, and you either had to know what the joke is or it didn't work. Like, there's segments where, like, if you don't get the reference and what they're talking about, you're gonna be in for sitting around wondering when the next joke's coming up. And that's sort of the problem that I ran into. It's very referential. I'm gonna put it in no opinion. I think what I was following was kind of funny, and so I'm pretty sure it would be a lot of fun just to kind of skip through to try to find the ones that I would actually get the jokes for. But yeah, it wasn't that great looking. So since, yeah, anybody that's watched my top 10 list know it's going to go up here, so we'll just put it up there. Danger My Heart, obviously, S tier. I talked about it in the Great Links earlier, but it's literally my favorite romance anime of all time now. I absolutely love the characters, chemistry. The aspects of somebody feeling like they are not worthy to be loved or have affection towards themselves, learning to break down those barriers and love themselves. All that stuff's fantastic. Yamada's fantastic. She's absolutely adorable. She should be happy. I want her to be happy. The sister's amazing. Just overall, fantastic show. Highly recommended. And it's enough that, yes, as much as it's controversial for some people, I have secured it in my top 10 anime of all time. Will it stay there forever? Who knows? Maybe in 5 years, I'll forget about it. Like somebody in the comment section believes, in 5 years I will forget about it, and it's just completely on my list because of recency bias. But if not, I'm pretty sure I'll probably still be out there. Super good. We still like it when it kills when she kills him next episode. Dude, I would freaking love that. I would probably hate it, but at the same time that would be freaking amazing. Hey, if the writer can somehow twist it into making sense, I would probably love it. Because let's not forget, he wanted to see her dead for for a long time. So yes, the twist would be pretty amazing if it turns into she fulfills his desire for a mystery novel by killing him. Don't forget. I should do that. Let's see. I've heard that they're just getting enough for another season. I don't know if anybody's confirmed that. I don't know if I set it up on here or not. Here it is. I think I heard somebody say that we're just now getting to a point where they're going to have enough for another season. Now, granted, there's like a lot of side chapters and whatnot that they kind of skipped around. Put on the headstone you never forgot. Never forgot that Danger in My Heart is my top 10. It remains one of my favorite anime of all time. Let's see here. There. Oh my gosh, this website takes forever to load. It's in here. No, that's not the right one. I'll mess with it later. I'm getting distracted. Anyways, next we have Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba something. It's got some cool subtitle, I'm guessing. Which one was this? We had the Swordsmith Village. This is the this is a training arc. This is the we adapted a page into an entire episode arc. Was there anything of value in this season? I don't think so. Did anything happen in this season? I don't remember anything of substance happening in the season. Somebody refresher me. Did anything of substance happen in this season? He just literally went to each of them and we got like a brief story from each of them. Like the crying guy, his story was okay. I don't recall really anything of like value in this season. Yeah, the last episode was pretty much where all it was at. Like Michael Jackson slow walking into the freaking oh my gosh, thanks for reminding me. Trashed. Thanks for the reminder. Thank you. Thank you. You guys are fantastic. Thank you for your reminders. Yeah. An entire, what was it? 5 minutes? And then they did it again. They spent like 5 minutes of Michael Jackson slowly walking into the yard and across the bridge and then into the foreyard. And then and it cuts to the next episode. And the next episode opens up and he walks again from the gate into the yard, slowly walking across the bridge into the yard. My gosh, dude. Freaking hated it. When they replayed it, I'm like, and you can't skip because they added like something in there. Like they added a little bit of dialogue. It's not that bad, but still, it's like, It was all pretty much that last episode. Like the last 2 episodes where it really finally kicks up and crazy stuff happening. I don't know. I still like Demon Slayer. I just had the second season, for quite a bit of the second season, I felt like it kind of dragged. Swordsmith Village arc was okay. And this season wasn't that great. But there was some good character moments here and there. I don't know why they focus so much on Fodder Demon Slayer Corpse. I had to make it more sad when they actually kill off everybody, probably. That explosion, though, yeah, it was it was pretty rough. Kind of wish there was certain people not in the area, but it is what it is. Yeah, it's time to milk it with some more movies. They're making so much money off of those movies. I don't blame them. Like, if I was making that much money off of films, I'd be making the entire series in film format. And granted, there's a lot of that stuff that nobody's going to sit through a theater showing of. So, like, they're not going to sit through this training arc on it in a movie. How more season? 3 or 4? I thought that I'm pretty sure they're. I mean, it feels like they're getting pretty close to an end right now. I don't know how they can go another. I don't know the manga, but I would imagine that we're getting close to the end right now. I don't know how they could drag it out any longer than it already is right now. I would probably say a movie and a season. 3 movies. I can see that. There's gonna be long freaking fights. It's gonna be some long. It's just gonna be some long, stupid fights. And I'm gonna be my old ass impatient self is gonna be freaking. My eyes are gonna just be glazing over. I'm just gonna be like falling asleep halfway through it. Some of these long fight scenes, I just at some point I don't care anymore. All right, the show that I dropped really quickly because it was pretty butt at the beginning. I'm just gonna throw it in trash. Torture Princess. What do you guys think? Where do you guys think Torture Princess goes? Where do you guys think I should put Torture Princess? Torture Princess is a bad show, so I should put Torture Princess in trash. Earthy, where do you think Torture Princess should go? Hold on, let me tell the Discord that we're tiering Torture Princess right now. Torture Princess was fun at times, but not like amazing. No. You were saying the one before it was bad? Oh, you mean this show? Yeah. Torture Princess is C. Torture Princess is fun B. New tier above S. I'm guessing nobody in chat's getting the joke. I don't think any of the salty people are in the chat right now. We have an ongoing joke in the Discord where, because people were shortening it to Torture Princess, people were getting mad because people thought that we were talking about the novel Torture Princess and not the manga 'Tis Time for Torture Princess, which was getting adapted at the time. And so everybody who didn't want to be called Torture Princess. Anyways, the production quality of the show is way too good for what it is. Like, this show had some great animation pieces. The expressiveness of the character is fantastic. Unfortunately, just not my type of humor. A lot of the humor is very repetitive. But it did have some really funny gags there. I love the dad. The dad's so freaking great. And his little princess daughter that's trying out being a torturer was super great. It had a lot of funny bits and a lot of cuteness, but a lot of the comedy was repetitive for me. So, like, for me, a lot of the wholesomeness nature of it was really what I enjoyed, because the humor didn't work for me. And I think that's kind of where I sit. You got the joke? You actually join our Discord? That's crazy, Webby. I think you just jump in there whenever I at you. Or do you get that crap elsewhere? You probably get that crap elsewhere. Hopefully one day we'll actually get an adaptation of Torture Princess. But for now, 'tis time for Torture Princess is Torture Princess. I still think it's like in the sea area. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it enough. Oshinoko, obviously gonna go into S tier. Really, really love it. Second season was fantastic. Getting into Kana's backstory with Akane was great. Being extremely unsettled by Akane and her devotion. Getting into the quote-unquote breakup, backstory stuff. Getting back into the hometown was all fantastic. I will admit, a lot of the stage play stuff felt very dragged out, and I hated that. They were really trying to push to fill in the episodes at some point, and it felt like that. And then to switch over the manga and see how they turned like a single panel into like literally 5 minutes was kind of obnoxious. So that stuff kind of bugs me, but it was enough to bring it down. I still like all the stories. Really, Azaka's insight into psychiatry and stuff like that. Cool to find out that literally the author almost made Akane after himself, which I thought was kind of fascinating. Makes a lot of sense now. Good stuff, though. Love the season. Looks great as always. Looking forward to another season. Natsume's Book of Friends. I still got an episode to watch of this. I have not finished the final episode. I will admit, as much as I am a super massive Natsume's Book of Friends fan, like I think every season I scream from the rooftops for people to watch this series. I think it's phenomenal. This season has not been like to the caliber that you usually get, which is not saying much, because Natsume's Book of Friends typically like has me bawling my eyes out every 2 seconds, getting super emotional. This has probably been the weakest season. I did love finally getting the origin story of the Book of Friends, which that came out of nowhere. Probably easily, that's the crazy thing. Like, this has been like the weakest season of Natsume's Book of Friends, but it has one of the best episodes of the series by far, because we finally, not only do we open up an episode with Kendra Suda voicing a random yokai, but then that random yokai tells us the entire origin story of the Book of Friends. And I'm like, okay, that came out of nowhere. Okay, cool. But it's still fantastic. Like I said, me saying that it's the weakest of the seasons isn't saying much, because I typically love every single season. So, still looking forward. Shame. I've been busy the last week. It's been a stressful last week. Okay? Leave me alone. It's been a stressful week. Like, I was telling some people, like I was telling Earthly, like yesterday, deciding to spend the entire day making the cases rather than making content. I'm like, I'm just going to take a day off and do my cases. I need a breather. Isekai Suicide Squad, I didn't even finish it. I got like 4 or 5 episodes in. It felt lacking. Like, it had fun. Like, the action scenes were fun, but like everything outside the action scenes didn't really feel like much. I'm gonna put no opinion. I kind of want to go back and watch the rest of it, but had no desire to. I can't say anything. I'm procrastinating right now. You have to shame me. You got to keep me in shape. A sign of affection. Did I finish it? Did I finish A Sign of Affection? I did. I'm trying to remember most of what happened in the second half, and that's not a good sign. If I'm trying desperately to remember what mostly happened in the second half, it's kind of a bad sign. I do know that when I got to the point where they first had the missed confession, I almost felt like that could have been like a really great stopping point, because I felt like beyond that it was going to start going downhill, and it sort of did in some regards, but I still think it was decent. I think my biggest problem was that I didn't really feel like I understood her crush side, and later on I finally kind of understood his side, the whole reason of why he liked her. But it was still kind of a little bit sketchy. Like, it was still a bit sketch. I don't know, I want to say probably high C for me. I'm gonna probably put it high C for me. It was a, if I remember correctly, most of the time, very beautiful show. Yeah, I'm doing C too, Earthly. So I have me gushing man tears. Nice. Yeah, I think that was my problem, was I didn't really care much for the male characters. I didn't really care much for the main dude. That was a big problem that I had. Oh my gosh, the Descendant of Nobunaga, the Versi Sekai crazy freaking other show for Kontaku art style. B? God, it's so funny how this one is really... I'm trying desperately to remember everything that happened in the show, and I have the same problem I had with Sasaki and Peeps. Like, Sasaki and Peeps in this one just blend together in my brain. Like, they both blend together in my brain. Dude, the guard in this show made it. Like, I loved the guard. She was hilarious. Getting stuck in the cult and everything like that. I think it's a high B for me. This was actually a really good show, for the most part anyways. Trying to remember... I think I need more lawyer chick, though. I like the lawyer chick a lot more. Yeah, that's right. Sister All You Need's author. That was one of the other reasons that kind of caught my interest for it. Even though I wasn't like a big, massive fan of Sister All You Need. Mushoku Tensei, obviously going to go into S tier. Don't have to say it. Just literally adapting one of the best volumes of the series thus far. Really incredible characters. is dirty, has no filters, even though they cut a lot of content, which is expected with adaptations, which really does suck because there's a lot of character development moments happening in that whole segment. And they even skipped the whole segment where Roxy hears his origin story, which really ticks me off, but it is what it is. There's things that are getting skipped, and it sucks that the most important stuff gets skipped, but it is what it is. But yeah, definitely a nice return to form. Part 1 had me really scared for the future of buying in Mushoku Tensei, but they did definitely step it back up quite a bit. Not to the caliber of season 1, but yeah, the Father's Day and Mother's Day episodes. But anyways, yeah. Mushoku Tensei obviously S tier. The Fable, I wanted to get back to this so bad, but this is another one that kind of got lost in the core transfer. I really did start to enjoy it once I stopped thinking of it as a comedy, and was really kind of get interested in it, but I did not finish it. Sword Art Online, Gun Gale Online, I've got like halfway through it so far. I don't think in the end it's going to be like that great for me, but I'm going to leave it in no opinion. Love is Indivisible by Sisters. Damn it, that was this year too, wasn't it? Yeah, it needed more episodes. It needed the Warriors of the Desert so bad. Sisters All You Need. I really hated pretty much all the characters in this show, and I never got over that, and it made it kind of a miserable watch for me. Comment not displaying? No. None of your comments are displaying. D. I think D's fine. I just freaking hate the characters so much. She's great. She's annoying. And the guy sucks. Like 2 or 3 of the characters are just terrible. Like absolutely terrible. I don't remember if I watched like maybe an episode. There's no opinion on it. This show, what little I watched of it was pretty garbo. I'm putting about no opinion. Nier Automata Part 2 was super good. Super good. Really loved it. I don't like what happens in it, but I do love it. Like it's like Jinrobuchi levels of I hate it, but I love it at the same time. Like I don't know if that's typical for Yoko Taro. It doesn't really seem like it based on everything that I've watched of his that's been anime. But that was like Jinrobuchi levels. I don't know if they maybe they're from the same family line or bloodline or something like that. Yoko Taro and Jinrobuchi. Very Jinrobuchi. Battery Show. I wonder if they would ever do the original Nier as an anime. Probably not. No, it's typical. Yeah, I haven't checked out like Drakengard or anything like that. I would assume so is the case. The Battery Show, Nipples, Mr. Nipples Boy. Was it Nipple Hairs? Nipple Hairs? Nipple Hairs? Hey guys, Nipple Hairs? That's my joke every freaking 2 seconds. Nipple Hair joke. I don't like this show. I really didn't like the show. The Trump Show. I watched like 1 episode and I noped it really quickly. The Trump Show's a no-go for me. Drakengard was fun for the PS2, so it's not typical. Drakengard was a happy show. Joking. The old man, old lady, young again. That was actually a very charming show, but nothing like really incredible. It was just charming. I also like the fact that the granddaughters were all thirsting over the grandpa. Sengoku Yoko. We had both seasons this year, huh? Where's the other one? Sengoku Yoko. 2 seasons. Sengoku Yoko. The first season, I liked it. I liked the first season. I thought it was I thought it was solid. Had a really really strong ending to it. The second season had way too much lulling points. I feel like there's a purpose to a lot of what they built up in the second season. There's a lot of characters that they both introduce and they expand on quite a bit, and it's all over the place. And all those characters do come together at the very end for the massive climax moment. But I do feel like it was kind of all over the place. I don't know. I'm not really happy with the second season. And I really wanted to like it because I love Planet With, and I was really looking forward to a show that was properly adapted and quality-wise, unlike Biscuit Hammer. I do like the ending. I do like how it all wraps up, but I do feel like the second half, with Senya being such a focus and just introducing way too many other characters that I don't really care about, and getting into the Void people. Oh, I think the Void people felt so... Like, if you took out the Void people and just focused on building up to go in and save, to undo what happened in the first season, I think it would have been solid. The Void people just feels like it was such a... It was an excuse to make them fight all the Katawara. It's really what it turned into being, and I didn't really care much for any of that stuff. So, like, the first season, I'd probably put it, like, in a B area. And the second season, I would probably put in, like, a C area. I don't know. I don't know if anybody else actually watched the show. But that's kind of where I've fallen. I think I'm comfortable with that. Meh. Dungeon people. See, I wanted to love it. It's such a cool concept, but see, it's just it had potential, but it didn't really do anything interesting with it. The concept, it's the idea of like managing the dungeon. It just kind of just turns into blah. It was a very blah show. The seventh loop? My gosh, seventh loop? That was this year? That's seventh loop, isn't it? I'm trying to remember seventh loop. That is seventh loop. I cannot believe that that's this year. Seventh loop was good. Like, the beginning was super good. The problem that seventh loop had was that last arc was just dog crap. I want to say the last arc was dog crap. I didn't like the whole last arc. The end of it just was blah. The beginning of it's good though. I like the concept of somebody who's lived through 7 lives or is now in their 7th loop of dying, and it all being tied to this one person. I love how she used like what she's learned from each loop, but the ending sucked. Or not, it didn't. The ending, it wasn't the ending. It's just like the last arc just wasn't as good as the rest of it. I think a C's good. B, that was a good one. It was boring. Mid C. Sengoku Gyoko, given an accurate description of Japanese folklore, it elevates all anime, make it easier of understanding Void people in Mushoku Tensei. She created fireworks. That was kind of... I don't know that she could put that together that quickly. It was the only problem with that whole situation. It was put together rather quickly for the situation. Because wasn't that like a scene change and bam, there's like fireworks elsewhere? Sure. That was a little corny. I sometimes I think about that kind of stuff. Demon Lord Retry, trash. Demon Lord Retry R was just, it looked like butt. All over the place. Too many characters jumping up and being focal points. It was just a mess. Dahlia and Bloom. Another one that I wanted to enjoy, but it kind of was extremely lacking. I think it's like a solid C. It's got some good characters. I do like Dahlia's character. Ragna Crimson was better than C. Animation was just mid. Started alone, mid A tier. Yeah, I didn't really get too far into Ragna. Looking at this, I'd flip your B and C tiers entirely in general. What? What? You can't touch my train and my. Yeah, there's way too much stuff. I can't. That's fine though. That's just your opinion, bro. I didn't get far enough into the Bloomy Brew. Trillion game. Didn't get far enough into having an opinion. I'm like 5 episodes in, and I don't think I'll finish it. Remonster started really good. Remonster started really good. But turned into Garbo. Turned to Garbo real fast. But what about different Queen Bee? Almost look like SharePoint. You mean there's something that's worse looking than Blue Lock? Remonster pissed me off. It had so much potential. It was like that whole moment where he went out and was fighting. What was the bear? I think he fought the first time. It was like from that point on, it lost me. It was the day, yeah. The dun-dunk. Dude, I got a massive kick out of him going out and just banging a dryad before he bangs his waifus, and it's like, day. Yeah, exactly. Ugh. It didn't inspire Mashiko Tensei. You're trolling me. You gotta be trolling me. I'm not falling for it, Philip. I'm not falling for it, Philip. You're trying to troll me. Blue Lock equals cool plot. Dogs animation. Demon Slayer was an easy S still. And 2.5 dimensional seduction at least A. Slowly because you liked Demon Slayer training arc? You liked an entire season of training arc? I'm joking. Anyways, Duke of Death. I really felt like this final season was a mess. It was a mess in my opinion, but at the same time, I don't know why I'm saying opinion. It's in my opinion. It was a mess, but it's a. Let me check my dogs. Literally nothing. Literally barking at nothing. What was I saying? Okay. Duke of Death at his Made. I felt like the final season was a mess, but I loved the ending. So it's like one of those ones where like I like how it concludes, but at the same time, the season itself wasn't great. But it is what it is. I would probably say B tier. I don't really. That's been kind of the thing with the JC Staff, right? JC Staff's CGI team is it's
not the greatest CGI. It's still very stiff. But they always have like the best stories they're fully adapting. So it's like one of those. It's one because I mean before this they had High Score Girl. So it's like whoever's their CGI team, like there's a sadness that it's CGI, but at the same time she's still freaking incredibly hot. Let's be perfectly honest. As much as you want to dog on the CGI, she's still incredibly hot. She's still incredibly hot. But no, like there's a side of me that like it's like crap. It's a CGI team for JC Staff, but at the same time, everything they're adapting so far is like full adaptations. It was a ghost only doggo could see. Yeah, that's true. That's typically what it is. They know something. Aftertrip is the same tier as Uzumaki is offending me. Acrotrip, same tier as Uzumaki? Oh, Uzumaki. Okay, I was thinking for some reason. Anyways. The ending pushed up to A tier for me. It was a good ending, like I said. May I ask why Re-Monster is this low? I mean, in trash. I don't like the format. I really didn't like the format of it. It was a good, strong start, but then at some point it just turned into basically day, which is annoying as hell. It probably works a lot better as a source material, but as an anime, it just was not enjoyable. I did not find her hot, unfortunately. No. Pfft. You can keep that to yourself then. This show, I didn't watch really any of it. I'm not even sure why I pulled it over. Bleach. Some really good fights so far. Like, some really good stuff coming up here. I still, like, hate everything around the whole rivalry crap they're pushing right now. It's like a high B for me. Some really good fights in this season. You finished Delico Nursery. We dropped because you didn't like it and didn't. I only watched an episode of it. I thought the premise of the first episode made me laugh out loud, so I just turned it off. I have no opinion of it, like I said. That's why I put it in the no opinion area. I like it because I watched Goblin Slayer, so I might be slightly biased. You don't like Re-Monster because you watched Goblin Slayer? Angel One-Ru, Partnet, lighting, Angel included. This show, like, good ecchi, by the way. This show was, like, mostly very lacking until he got the whole harem together. And then finally the chemistry started working for the series, but it only worked with the chemistry of the characters. The main boy just doesn't work well with anybody, it feels like. Whereas once they get all the other characters involved, like the blondie girl and stuff, it suddenly like got decent. But that took too long, and they're not around a lot. So it's like a high C for me. Yeah, same author. That's right. Which, you know how that turned out for me for Beelzebub. I didn't care for Beelzebub very much at all. This one was a much better than Beelzebub, though. Way better. The All Guys, I think it's a charming, good show, but just not my comedy. It's just not my taste for comedy. Very, very thirsty Fujoshi type of humor that just doesn't really work for me. But it was still a charming show. The Tank Show, I watched like maybe 2 episodes of it, had no opinion. Dragon Ball Daima, I'm actually really enjoying so far.
It's not like to the caliber of like DBZ or the original Dragon Ball so far, but it's kind of got the more charm of the original Dragon Ball, which I do actually appreciate. It's probably in the B area for me right now. I am liking the characters though. Being back, that is. Disagree, Beelzebub was S tier. Super gorgeous. For super gorgeous. It's cheesy, dude. Cheesy, dude. Yeah, if the harem kicks out the MC, it would be legendary. It would probably be a lot more enjoyable. Studio apartment, good lighting. Angel included was so fun. It was a cute series. The harem was entertaining. Perfectly Sunday viewing. Perfect Sunday viewing. You have to watch on Sundays. Is it like a you're taking care of your church sessions by gazing upon the angels? The Dama-sama show. Dama-sama show. Dude, I finally got that song out of my head, and then we have to tear it. So now it's right back in my head again. The show is not great, but I do like my Ria Kajimiya wolf girl. Look at the C area. The OP is so good though. The OP for that show is so freaking good. Just watch the OP. The Dama-sama song. Wolf Wife S tier. And it had a Roxy girl too. And I did like the Demon Lord and how he was like the night girl was freaking trying to avoid him all the time. That stuff was really funny, but it was an okay show overall. Yeah, she had a great design too. I didn't get very far into Yakuza Fiance. I think I got like 4 or 5 episodes into it. I was gonna go back and finish it, but in the end of the day, I didn't really care to. I thought that there's some potential there, but I can't really speak on it unless I can see if that potential actually goes through. Yatagarasu, this nearly got in my top 10 list of the year. It was, I even after I made my video, I reconsidered having Dandadan on there because I was fighting between Dandadan and Yatagarasu. And in the end I went with Dandadan just because every episode of Dandadan is like great. Whereas Yatagarasu, even though it was technically 2 cores, so a lot more happened to be run through before you run into problems, there was like 2 episodes of Yatagarasu that were kind of like meh. But Yatagarasu overall was phenomenal. Super interesting world. Super intriguing world. Fully realized. Crazy twist towards the second half of it. The second half, when it shifts into like a different storyline, it gets all the stuff done from the first half, shifts into another storyline, and then just like goes crazy, and it doesn't let up. It has a bad ending. I hate that we probably will never get another sequel because it expands the world so much, and I want answers to it. But at the same time, I'm not offended. Like, if Dandadan ended with that 12th episode and we had no announcement for a sequel, and there was a good chance we probably never would, I'd be furious. Yatagarasu, I'm not that mad. Like, I want it. I want it really bad, but it doesn't feel unsatisfying because it does feel like conclusive for now. Like, it feels like a solid volume close. Whereas Dandadan feels like I just half turned the page. So it sucks. Near an S tier, yeah, I loved it. I loved the second part a lot, even though it sucks. But Rosa was right up there with the Fenris as favorite Dama-sama character. She's great, and again, it's Rika Jimiya. Say also voices Liliana Masquerade and rezero. Lily, interesting. I think I caught that. I'm not sure. game hits even harder. I am starting it. I'm starting it. I was doing streams of it, and I haven't got a chance to get another stream going on with it. Anyways, yeah, the Yatagarasu, please go watch it. It's an absolute gem of this year. I'm starting it. Now that I'm thinking about it some more, I'm kicking myself for not putting it in my top 10 list of the year, but it is what it is. It is what, something's got to get cut. Something's got to get cut. Parry Everything was better than I thought it was going to be. It's not incredible, but it was actually a lot more enjoyable than I thought it would be. I just like the dude. He does play off the trope of not realizing how powerful he is, but at least he's a cool dude. Like, he's just a cool dude. Danmachi, perpetually delayed Danmachi. This has been easily the best arc of Danmachi yet. And I wasn't expecting that, because I seen the PBs and it's all like, oh, he's gonna go out on a date with Seer. Oh, he's got a train to go on his date with Seer. Here we go. Let's get prepared to date with Seer. And then it just went nuts. It just went nuts. And I've loved this season a lot. And yeah, I think by far, like, I really like the first season. But I think this is probably easily the best of the series so far. Best arc for sure. And I'm very excited to see, from hearing what people are saying, where it's going to go from here. Because I think it's probably going to be... It's going to knock it up there for me. I enjoyed it. I enjoys it. The gate, the new gate, I trashed it so fast. No opinion. I dumped it so fast. I remember thinking I Parry Everything was better. Did start better than Osan Adventure blew up out of water by the end. Yeah, that's what I was hearing. Maybe it was from you. I've heard that from people before. Probably you. Hare Hare. Did I finish that one? I want to say I finished it. Hare Hare. God damn, what was the full title? It's Hare Hare or something, right? Am I getting the names mixed up? I want to say that I finished it. It's just not clicking to me how it finished. That's the problem that I'm running into. They actually get so fast that they have to pause to read. Newgate was awful. Some absolutely disgraceful bad drawings in there. Yeah, like I said, I think I got like... I don't even remember what he first did. I know he went to this... It was like the whole concept about like beat the game, but then he didn't get out of it or something like that. And so he goes back and it ends up being like way in the future in the game. And then he's like lifts the curse on the chick that was at the shop that her old master was in or something like that. There was something about it that just was not working for me. Anyways, it's like a C. It's like nothing. It's okay. I just too much TikTok crap that I don't really find interesting at all. Girl got over her trauma like really fast, even though like that trauma was like being built up on the first like 3 episodes. Twilight Bound. It's kind of like the same as the first season. Like these are all like shorts that were skipped from like the adaptation or something. And similar to the first season of After School Hanako-kun, like most of them are kind of throwaway shorts, and there's like 1 or 2 that I do enjoy. Like I'll just put it in D. It's like you could skip it and it's fine. What was that one? It was that PA Works cheer show. I was trying to remember what the name of this stupid show is. It's like Hare something. Nare Nare Hana Nare. That was the damn name. freaking crap, dude. Cheer for you. Yes, thank you. Cheer for you. This is a much easier title to go with. Go with that. Cheer for you. The show. Where does the show go? Does it go into S? A? I think it's S. This is another one that, like, barely... If it weren't for the fact that my top 10 list was so freaking packed to the brim, I would probably have had it in my top 10 list. I know it was in my top 10 list for that season for sure, which is like a short series being in my top 10 list is kind of crazy. I just loved it to death. Great characters, great interactions. I thought the joke would get old really quickly. It didn't get old. They kept it fresh. Visually beautiful. Bones did like some crazy awesome work on the visuals for that show. It looked beautiful and gorgeous. And I hate the fact that the actual mangaka passed away because they did something else that I didn't care for, but this one worked really well for me. I just loved it. Absolutely beautiful show. I highly recommend everybody checking it out. No question, S tier. Damn it, you know what? I don't like this show. I'd probably put it in like a D category. It's probably in the D category. Give a Magical Girl and Evil Lieutenant gushing over Magical Girls crossover. That'd be crazy. No, don't do that. Don't loot my girls. Don't loot them. It was dope. I really enjoyed it. I really, really enjoyed it. I want a Blu-ray of it. Don. Again, it ended up in my top 10 list. Just barely grabbing onto that 10 slot. I got a kick out of it. Some people are like, oh my gosh, I cannot believe Donadon's 10. I'm like, well, that just tells you how, like, there's 9 shows that were absolutely incredible this season because I love Donadon. And I didn't think I was going to enjoy Donadon that much. I figured it was going to be, like, hype. You know, probably going to be, like, just it's mainstream hype stuff. It's probably not going to work for me. It's going to be like a Jujutsu Kaisen situation where everybody loves it to death and I'm just trying to like it. But no, I actually love Donadon, and I'm shocked by how much I loved it. Just amazing chemistry. Amazing chemistry. Put aside everything else. Amazing chemistry. But yeah, on top of that, just no filters. Just gets dirty when it wants to get dirty. The style's incredible. Animation's incredible. I hope that they... I mean, Science Star, I don't really see them kind of dipping in quality or anything like that, but I just hope they keep the quality. The Nessie episode looked a little rough, and that had me a little bit fearful for a second there, but they didn't fall apart. All the Don characters, even all the villains. Yeah, it's got that habit of kind of like making you like the villain characters. I mean, the alien character was the hermit crab thingamajiggy wasn't that incredible of a story, but it had a punchline to it. But yeah, like Turbo Granny was super cool getting into her character. And freaking the ballerina. That episode was incredible, dude. That episode was insane. That whole backstory of the ballerina was insane. Onsen Isekai, it was like legit trash. This show was legit trash. Okay, for all those that did not watch Onsen, Isekai Onsen, this is one of those situations where you want to yell at the screen. You had one job. Like, you had one job. Your job was to be a lewd, like, ecchi as hell show about chicks in an onsen. And you couldn't even do that. Like, very quickly, like, after, like, what was it? The second episode, they started censoring it. Like, they had no, like, uncensored version available. Like, they started censoring it. And, like, if your show is about a bunch of cute girls and hot chicks in an onsen, you gotta tone down the steam, otherwise there's no point in watching you. I don't know how this is. I think it's a light novel. I'm not sure how that's a light novel unless it's just it's geeking out about onsens, I'm guessing is the whole point of it. But yeah, the quality dipped like in no time. The quality was horrible. The voice acting recording was horrible. Like the sound quality of the voicing was horrible. Like everything was horrible. Sony called and said no. Sony had nothing to do with it unless they produced it. I don't think they produced it, did they? Isekai Onsen. I think what they were doing is they wanted to get a quick like promo out with a single episode, and then after that, just to give it no money after that. Yeah, there's no Sony in there. It's Hobby Japan. Hobby Japan? Okay, it's random. Hobby Japan was involved. Yeah, just it was garbo. Like everything about this show was garbo. Like the first episode was okay. I got a kick out of the fact that every time a girl would show up, he would not even listen to what they're saying. He would just yell at them to take their clothes off and get in the damn onsen, just because it's bad etiquette to be in an onsen with clothes on. And so he just yell at all these girls to tell them to take off their clothes, get in the damn onsen. It was kind of funny. Anyways, Megalomir, I really liked. I actually really liked Megalomir. I'm really happy it's getting a second season. It's unfortunate that it was an Amazon show, so it's very underwatched. But I like it. It's a good take on magical girls. Makes it very business oriented. I like the main girl. She's super cute. It's got a charm to it. I don't think it's gonna. I hope that my only concern with the second season, it was a concern that was building up with me towards the later part, is I don't think the overall story is that great. Actually, I want to put down B. I don't think the overall story is that great. It seems like it's going for the usual, like the evil forces are evolving, and the folks back in the day came together to stop the force, and now they got to come together again to stop it. But I've just been enjoying it for the moment to moment with the characters in the business of magical girling and the tech and whatnot they use to fight the bad guys. So I'll see. I'm looking forward to another season. I was isekai into another world, and thus I took advantage of 2 OP little kids and forced them to destroy things for me. I didn't watch much of it. Nina the Starry Bride. I hate that there's no second season because it's a really crappy ending. And I'm trying not to make that take down my ranking too much, but I kind of have to. Because there's no second season, it's hard to recommend unless you're okay with doing season source material. I like Nina's character. And I'm actually very intrigued to see where it goes from here. I'm going to put it mid B. I think it's a mid B show. I do like Nina's character. It's very like Aladdin-esque, like street rat character kind of thrown into a palace. I do like her character. I like the chemistry with a lot of the other characters. At the same time, I'm very frustrated by how it doesn't end. And I don't know that we're going to get a second season. I don't, this is kind of one of those shows where I don't see it getting a second season. And that was my fears, because like we got to the last episode, and I went and checked, because I was doing my top 10 list, and so I went to check to see how it was going to conclude, if it's going to be a satisfying ending. And I really didn't see I didn't see that it could end, because, and I appreciate this about the writer. The writer is really good at building up something and not, they could totally A-pull later on and say like, oh, we'll just have the 2 main dudes duke it out to see who's going to take Nina in the end. But so far, it's sticking really true to the idea that they've sort of set up that Nina can't just like leave. Like she's kind of stuck in a really bad position between 2 guys. And I'm very curious to see how that kind of concludes. Like I'm super, like there's a side of me that almost wants to read it just to see where it goes from here. But It's good. It's got good chemistry. It's got a good political system set up so far. It's super soap opera. What'd you call it, Earthly? Did you call it Mexican soap opera? I don't know. It's super weird soap opera-esque. But I like it. It just feels weird. It just feels super weird. The characters are just crazy in a lot of regards. Anyways, the alien chick in an apartment, I finished? Another one that's super forgettable. Another one that's super forgettable. I don't remember caring much about this show at all. I don't know that I even finished it. I really wasn't liking it. Telenovels? Oh, telenovela. Okay, yeah. I don't know that I've ever watched any of it. I probably have. Because I used to be in California, so we had a lot of that stuff. She could fix them. Sure, exactly. Was Solo Leveling received badly by Japanese audiences? I doubt it. They probably really enjoyed it. Seemed like it was a focus with a lot of the stuff that they were doing in Japan with Aniplex. If Solo Leveling's literally taking the front stage on a lot of this stuff for like Aniplex Fest, it's probably doing very well. I know that a lot of people said that it didn't have high Blu-ray sales, but that's people that are misinformed on Blu-ray sales, meaning jack squat in Japan. I don't think it's doing as great as they probably wanted to do. That's for sure. Maybe there's like a magical girl genre meets Ghostbusters, pretty much. I mean, they have like the whole Zapper thing, but it's in a thumb drive. For some reason, instead of sticking inside of a trapping device, they stick it in thumb drive. How about the writers? Ghostbusters take note. I love Ghostbusters reboot, but need more variety in Ghostbusters businesses. Yeah. I haven't watched Ghostbusters since like the original. Nina reminds me of Snow White with red hair for some reason. That's a very interesting comparison. YouTube Summer's great time. Again, I want to say that maybe I'm just thinking commercials that I've seen. But there are some shows that thrive on physical sales. There's no shows that thrive on physical sales. These days, there's no shows that thrive on physical sales. None. Except for hentai. Literally no shows thrive on physical sales. Most of their money they get... Well, I mean, there's probably going to be some cases where a show is sold and licensed out overseas for way too cheap, and they thus get ripped off. But in most cases, they're making a huge chunk of their money from TV broadcasts, from advertising, selling it to TV broadcasts, or through advertisement on TV broadcasts. They're making their money from overseas licensing. It's very, like, if you look at the pie chart of like physical sales, let me see here. Let me see if they're gonna find it. Where is it at? Pretty sure I have it on here. No, I have it on here. It's like a fraction of a percentage, like of overall sales or anime making money, anime industry, like money from the anime industry, like a fraction of a percentage is Blu-rays. Now, yes, that number is somewhat skewed, probably because of like big hitting licenses, like, you know, here it is right there. Demon Slayer or something like that. There it is. I found it. Home video. Oh, sorry, 1.9%. And that was, I think, 2022 numbers. And that's probably changed over the last couple months, a couple years too. 1.9% of all anime industry sales numbers. It's not much. Again, the only ones that thrive on physical sales is things that go direct to physical sales, which is going to be OVAs or hentai, which is OVAs. Panita was insane ride, not what people would expect from a show. From Korokoro manga, but then the source material itself was quite risque for Korokoro manga. I'd be curious to see the manga for that. Panita is a goofy show. I will admit, like, the later half started kind of losing me a bit because I was kind of feeding off of the fact that it had like these really outrageous moments here and there that are just complete bonkers. But I kind of started falling off in the later parts. I think I still have an episode left of that to watch, though. But it was good. It was a good show. Makane, like I said before, easy S tier. Another one that ended up in my top 10 list of the year. Absolutely phenomenal series. Absolutely loved it. Great characters, great writing, great visuals, great directing, everything on point. Comedy's on point. There was not even a single episode that was not pure perfection in everything. This is my anime of the year. Wouldn't blame anybody if they put that anime of the year. Like, the only reason it was like, what was it, like 5 spot in my list is because the year is just insane. I think for that season it was easy number 1 for me. But I love it. I think it's incredible. I hate that it doesn't have a sequel yet. It needs a sequel so bad. Yeah. Jude G, thanks for the $5. I appreciate the support. Makane was my top 3 of the year. The MC was actually a unique character and not the same as every other CD. Yeah. And that was like a big thing that I kept talking about when I was covering the show and reviewing it. Was like, it is one of those rare cases where I like the MC. He's not just a kind of... Too many of these shows puts the MC as a self-insert. Whereas this one was like really kind of focusing in on having him be a part of these girls' lives. And not make like... You know, not fix their lives for them. Just be there when he needs to be there. Yet, technically, towards the later part, yes, it kind of gets a little bit the idea of him sort of causing a problem for once, which was like a rare moment of like, holy crap, dude, Nukamizu, shut up, shut up, Nukamizu, why are you doing this? When he walked in that meeting, it was like, I'm taking over. I was like, no, dude, you've done so well up to now. You've done so well up until now, and now you're gonna screw it up. Nukamizu was great though. But yeah, Lemon Best Girl. But no, it just great characters. Like overall, I love the characters of the show. My only fear for a second season is I think they're finishing the year, and that means that Zombie Gyaru is gonna leave. That sucks. I don't want Zombie Gyaru to leave. Komari's like fighting for second place, but like I said before, I love all 3 of them. I think I love all the side characters too. Like, there's not a single character except for the new president girl. I don't like her. She's a little creepy, but she's probably gonna grow on me too. But Komari was great though. Kani. So stupid. Kani. Yeah, I do like the fact that there's a little bit... There's a good thing behind him actually screwing up for once. It does... It was what she needed to push herself. In the end, it ended up being a positive for her. And there is sort of a good thing about seeing him not being Mr. Perfect. Because that was kind of the first time that we really did see him kind of push himself and try to push somebody. And having it kind of blow up in his face was kind of good. I don't know. There's good sides to it. Zombie Girl's pretty important later on. Spoiler. No, I'm joking. Of course she's important. She's important now. She's always been important. Anyways, gosh. Makane. Incredible show. Absolutely incredible show. I would probably say the only other negative I would have is I felt like the last episode... There was a couple like really WTF moments in the last episode, but I almost felt like the last episode didn't need to be there. Like, I almost felt like they didn't even need to do that last episode. It was an original. Almost felt like I mean, it's more, and it's fine, but I'd rather them just work on season 2. Just cut it short. Say we're working on season 3. You just put all that effort into making the first episode of the next season. Yokai, I barely watched any of it. Didn't really care much for it, so I dropped it. The Miss Servant show, I didn't really care much about it. It's not a bad show, but I really didn't get much out of the show. It just feels like trauma dumping every episode and found family, fuzzy worms. I don't know. The dungeon lollies. Is it wrong to pick up lolly cards in a dungeon? Visually, it's kind of butt. And story-wise, it was okay. I thought the last arc was decent, but I would never really tell anybody to go out of their way to watch it. It was kind of visually kind of struggling to survive. I'd probably put it slow C. It was cute and funny. Joking. Shoshiman, How to Become Ordinary. The show that I wanted to be something more than it was. The show that I really badly wanted to get super dark. Shoshiman, the show that I was expecting to get super dark, and it doesn't do anything with it. It had a good end. It just... A show about mundane mysteries. How do you make that exciting? I don't know. Let's talk for an entire episode about how to make Coco. The last arc was good. Tarto, do do do, tarto, do do do. I'm gonna put it in D. I don't think the last arc saves it. I think people are expecting a second coming of Hyoka. I've never watched Hyoka, so I can't say that my expectations were there. Joke's on you, I never watched Hyoka. Joke's on you, that I never watched Hyoka. But it does make me concerned about watching Hyoka. That's the sad part about it. Now I'm like, is Hyoka this? Oops. Anyways, the elf fatties, fatty elves, plus size elves, chunker elves, thick elves, elves with guts. It wasn't good. I'm not even gonna dance around it. It's trash. Elf. There was like maybe 1 or 2 good moments of like 2 or 3 episodes, but another one that just it looked like. Jokes aside, it looked like butt. It just wasn't a good looking show. Visually, it does not look good. It has me extremely concerned for that Behemoth show, because I think the Behemoth show is the same studio. Which makes me think this is the Behemoth show is gonna look like butt too. Right? Beheneko. I think it's the same studio. No, I'm thinking of the Yandere elf. It's the Yandere elf. Right? Plus sized elf. I seen that studio come up here recently and it's got me concerned. Elias. Yeah, it's the Yandere elf. The Yandere elf is gonna look like plus size elf. What is with this studio and elves? I just realized that we have there's a dark elf in plus size elf, and now we have Yandere dark elf. It's gonna be done by the same studio. So apparently Elias Studio likes poorly animating chunky dark elves. Fat elf unfortunately sucked. What is this show on the left of mouse? I'm a retry R. The left of it? Something battery. I forget the exact name of it. Byokyoka battery or something. It was the mop-up baseball show with the guy that does the nipple hairs every 2 seconds. Nipple hairs. Nipple hairs. Trash not worth getting in trouble for watching it. Yandere Elf is pretty much just a H anime. Who's what's the broadcast? No, they haven't listed it yet. Let me see if they list the broadcast. Hope it doesn't play music. Let me mute just in case. Oh, they don't have broadcast yet. I was gonna check what station or what if it was ATX or something like that. They might give us an idea of how raw it's gonna get. Oblivion battery, there it is. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's finish this up. I got like 50 minutes to finish this damn freaking list. We're getting there though. I'm glad I started earlier. Monogatari. There was a few people that were kind of shocked that I did not have Monogatari Monster and Off Season on my top 10 list, and there's a very good reason why, and I'm still thinking on this. I obviously love Monogatari series, and I will admit that not all the Monogatari series is great. I've been pretty clear that Hana Monogatari was not a good season for me. That particular one was not. I didn't like it. So it's not like if it's Monogatari series, every single of his arcs is going to work for me. With Off and Monster Season, why it wasn't in my 10 list is because a good chunk of this season I didn't care for. I loved the stuff around the sisters. I absolutely love the stuff around Sengoku. Nadeko's stuff was super good. I love that segment. I there was a side of me that almost wanted to put it in my top 10 list just for her story. The thing that brings down this season of Monogatari series is around Shinobu's arc. The Shinobu's arc with Suicide Master. I love Shinobu, and I wanted to learn more about her story, and I'm glad to hear more about her origin story as becoming a vampire, but that whole arc was not interesting. Unfortunately, not interesting. And it lacked a lot of the charm that the Monogatari series does have, which it does get serious at times, but it just didn't really feel like all of like Araragi going around investigating the vampire attacks and everything, or the vampire attacks, what it is. None of that stuff was very interesting or fun. And so like that whole later arc was just I've yet to finish it. Like, I literally have in my queue sitting the final episode because I've yet to finish it. Because I'm not excited to go finish it. Even though it's been, like, literally, 8 weeks now since it finished? I don't know, it's been a very... It's still good, and like I said, I loved Nadeko's segment. Because Nadeko's my favorite character, obviously, so I'm going to enjoy that segment. But Shinobu, I felt very let down by that whole arc. But that's why it's not my 10, just because that one arc. But it's still incredible. Still love it. I think I didn't see Bleach and Kinemakuma on the list. Kinnikuman? I'm blanking on what Kinnikuman is. Bleach is, I think, B? Right there. Yandere Elf's quality will 100% depend on how good the ecchi animation is. If it oversights, yeah, I mean, it was like majority overall, like Elf's quality was garbo. I mean, the PV looks good, but so did Elf. Plus size Elf PV didn't look great, but they kind of went out of their way not to show the worst of it. And I feel like the show itself just was the worst of it. The Strongest Dude is a Human. I didn't watch much of it to have an opinion. I did really enjoy Hitori Loner Life in Another World. Hitori Bochi Dude. I think it's probably like a solid B-ish? Solid B. I like the final boss in Isekai Loner. Kinnikuman is the anime about the muscle dudes. Oh, yeah. I got you. I didn't watch it. I know which one you're talking about now, though. Has some cute designs, but that's it. That's depressing to hear. I was excited for Yandere. Again, it can always come down to just how much budget they put into stuff. In some cases, they just don't give enough time to work on projects or not enough budget. They could put more into Dark Elf. I just would be... I'd expect that quality and be surprised, is really what I'm saying. But yeah, Loner Life was definitely another one that was kind of surprised how much I enjoyed it. Failure Frame! It's Failure Frame! Everybody look, it's Failure Frame! Where does Failure Frame go? Is it trash? I don't know. I would probably put like an F, which is pretty much trash. I don't know. It just was not. It wasn't good. Best CGI. Well, see, the problem that I have with the show is like twofold. Like one end, it's because of obviously the horrible CGI, and not just the horrible CGI, but horrible backgrounds. Some of the backgrounds were just god awful. There's a shine to the CGI that makes it look even worse. And it's not just that, but it's kind of like the whole... And again, I think this is a lot to do with the quality of the adaptation, because I heard some good things about the source material. Is there's a lot of his like development or regression as a character, some would say, where it falls in that whole area where he's been lying the whole time and he's actually a horrible person, or he thinks he's a horrible person because he's always had these bad thoughts or whatever. That just felt so jarring when it finally came to like the forefront, that I felt like maybe it's just poorly told as to why he is that way. And then yeah, like the later segment, at some point I got really quickly bored of the paralyzed, poison, paralyzed, at some point it's like, oh, this is so repetitive. Just cut to the next scene and have everything dead. I don't need to hear him yell paralyzed poison 50 freaking times. It's so obnoxious. I can't imagine reading that. Of course, in the source material, he probably doesn't say it all the time. He probably says he killed the area with paralyzed and poison. Anyways, it wasn't good. It wasn't good. I got tired of them meeting people wanting to bang the main chick. Dude, when they got it, the whole king, the king literally just fell apart and destroyed his entire kingdom over her. It was so stupid. The reason he wanted her dead is because he didn't want anybody else to have her. It was so stupid. Whatever, moving on. The Garbo story stuff. No, the sad thing is that the king literally wants her dead because he wanted to be the only one to bang her or something like that. But then it like quickly shifts into him literally having the opportunity to bang her. He gets drugged with an aphrodisiac, and she says, "I will handle it." And he still says no. Because why? Because he doesn't want anything getting in the way of his revenge. I'm like, you're so edge. You're so edge boy. Moving on.
stupid crap, dude. This is so stupid. It's just like, dude, just banger. Cut scenes and banger. Just move on. Anyways, bog standard healing overpowered character D was just not great. The other PA work show that I was hoping would be good but didn't turn out that good. I didn't finish it. I got like 5 episodes in. It was like a high D for me at the time. I literally noped out of this show so freaking fast it's not funny. I noped out of this show so freaking fast it's not funny, and I'm super happy I did because I think that went like 25 episodes. I watched the first episodes of this. I went, yeah, watch, cut to next episode, everybody's fine. I noped out so freaking fast, dude. It's one of those stupid ones where it fakes out so many times and it can't commit. I'm like noped out. I'm noped out. Cue the sound euphonium gif of the nope running away. Wistoria Danmachi season 15 or something, I don't know. It's like a low B for me. Like, I think it has a massive amount of potential, even if there is a lot of characters I don't really seem to care about. Like, this has a massive character problem. This show has a massive issue with me just not really caring about the characters. And I'm hoping that if it does have a season 2. I'm hoping with the further seasons, because this is another one where I keep hearing people say it gets better. This is one of those ones where I'm hoping that as we get to the further seasons and they stop introducing characters that hate his guts and he has to win over by saving their lives, that we'll start to actually focus on developing the characters in a way that they're likable. But so far, it has a massive character problem. It's got a good setup, good world and everything, but it needs characters. It needs characters bad. I probably should put it in C. I'm gonna put it in C. Put it in C. The boxing tube show where they somehow don't get banned from YouTube for punching the crap out of each other, which is bonkers. I'm no opinion. Even though I got like 5 episodes in, it feels off. No opinion. You don't get it. She's pretty, but oh my gosh, pretty much dropped it after episode 1. Solid B for me. It's Street Beefs, but anime. Viral Hit was A for me. I can't really tell you why. I just had so much fun watching. It had a thing about it that I was kind of intrigued by, but I don't know what it was about. I don't even remember how far I got into it. Let me think about how far I got to. I'm having a hard time remembering beyond the point that he was like super thinking this other hot dude was gonna steal away his girl. I don't know if I've watched any further than that. It's hard to remember. It's hard to remember how far I got into that. Was that on Crunchyroll? It was Crunchy. It was the Crunchies. Yeah, I maybe got 6 episodes in, maybe 7. It only went. I thought it went 2 core. Huh. I could have swore that was 2 core. Anyways, look back. Gonna make a bunch of people mad by putting it in a tier. Look back. I think it was solid. I enjoyed it. I will admit that I think a lot of my enjoyment for Look Back, unlike a lot of other people, came from just kind of trying to put it in perspective of the time that it came out. But I don't think it's incredible. I don't know why. I want to understand why it got such like rave reviews, but at the same time,
I don't blame people. I think it was a solid movie. It had a very simple concept to its story that it, I think, executed well. I'm still very mixed on if I like the ending and the way that was portrayed. But I do love the beginning segments of it. It's a lot about inspiration and kind of doing something together and then losing track of that stuff. And I do like that stuff. I'm just not sure if I'm still at this point not sure if I'm a big fan of the later part with the whole like loop thing. I don't think it was necessary. The redhead guy, Wistoria, is the cutest tsundere right behind Kanane. I'm 99% sure the protagonist, Will's roommate, is a male clone of the central love interest. That would be interesting. That would be interesting. I like the manga more because it's let's breathe more. Yeah, I went ahead and read the manga and then went back and watched the show again. I'm not sure if I felt there was a difference, honestly. Because, I mean, manga, you kind of pace at your own pace. Wistoria felt like a 7 spell blades. Oh my gosh. It feels like a 7 blades done right. Don't remind us of 7 spell blades. We're not going back to 7 spell blades. I don't think I still have yet to finish the final episode of Spellblades. Spellblades feels like it's too edgy for me. Alright. The Tina Thighs, the Thighs show. Where does the Thighs shows go? Do 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 do. Do good. C. I think it's mid C. Maybe high C? No, mid C. I'm gonna put mid C. The thigh show is a C for chunk thighs. C for chunky thighs. I loved Grieving Soul at first. I was really surprised how much I liked it. I was loving the Tina thighs. And then sadly, because of the Seiyu being the same Seiyu as Roxy, she finally shows up. And that whole arc with the whole slime in the dungeon and everybody showing up and them fighting that stupid cult and all that crap was super blah. And then they got back together. Then they go back to the whole thing with him being in the debt and then having the whole situation with the other party, the Dragon Slayer dude and all that kind of stuff. It just never kind of recovered for me. Like, I was really enjoying the show early on, and it just starts kind of falling apart over time. Another one, I haven't finished the final episode. I have to watch the finale. But it never really kind of recovered itself. Yeah, when Best Thighs and Kuro Ilya are on the scene, it's super fun. But I'm not really a big fan of the other characters so far. Even though, again, Roxy Seiyu, I mean, she's funny. Like, literally her trying to her answer the question on how can he get out of debt on her, and she says you have two options. Either you put me in jail so that I can never claim the debt, or you marry me so that your debt becomes mine. Like, her way of trying to get him to marry her is literally put him in massive amount of debt to her, which is, I think, it's hilarious. But she's great. It's just the stories around her with the whole like cult and everything was just blah. It's just super blah. So far, Bleach is a solid A for me. Dude, this recent fights have been fantastic. How many more episodes do I have left this season? I think it's one more episode, isn't it? Or did it finish last Saturday?
Last one is Saturday. Okay. Because the last episode that I watched of it was let's say, no, this is the previous season. The conflict. We're on the conflict. Yep, 28th. So one more episode. I think I watched. I think I'm caught up. Yeah, because the last episode was the one with the backstory, which I was meh, meh. The right hand man of Yahweh, whatever his name is, however you say his name, Yahweh. I didn't care much for that backstory. The Not Chobits show. The Not Chobits show. It was all right. It's probably like a high C for me. Wasn't a massive fan of it. I hate the bird. The bird baby is annoying as hell. Oh, that's right. It's gonna be a 2 episode. That's right. Last week was a backstory between Mohawk guy. Yeah, right. He was the one with the power, but in actuality, he was the one that was always giving them the power. Blah 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 blah. And now they want to kill each other. You win. Blah. Sandland. I really liked the first arc of Sandland, and I was super excited with the second arc of Sandland's first arc was solid. And then they get into the second arc, which I kind of got excited about because it was expanding the world and adding more interesting characters. But then I hated the second arc compared to the first arc. So like half of the show's solid. The rest of it just blah. So I'm kind of in an area of like probably a C+ for me. Yeah, that's my always big problem is like the different languages. Yeah, that definitely that sounds more like the Japanese way they say it, which always kind of throws me off. Yo-ha-ha. Yo-ha-ha. It's like a ha-ha. I always get a kick out of it whenever I hear them say it. It sounds like they're excited. It sounds like they're shocked but laughing at the same. Sakuna of Rice and Ruin was actually very much so a surprise for me. I actually enjoyed Sakuna a lot more than I thought I would. And I'm surprised it has a second season because I'm like, how long is the game? Because that feels like that was a game story right there. I think it's a super charming series. It's like a low B for me, probably. Low B for me. I'm curious if season 1 was like the full game story and maybe season 2 is going to be the new game. Then maybe. So Soul King is called the Eminus variants of Adonai. Oh. I don't know if that's spoiler. I've been honestly kind of not paying attention too much lately. I'm sadly losing my focus on Bleach, even though I love the franchise as a whole. I'm sadly losing my ability to really pay attention to it. So I'll probably before the next season comes out, I'll probably restart 1,000 Year Blood Wars. It's shocking how many of these animes I've seen. I might have a problem. Nokotan, yeah, because you're not the one doing this full time like I am. Nokotan,
I I noped out after like 4 or 5 episodes. It's just not my comedy. It's just not my comedy. I don't think it's bad, but it's just not my comedy. Just not. And I think it's like one of those ones where I think anybody I was checking out were just kind of like I watched Psychotrist and he was trying to act like he was enjoying it, but he was totally I think he was totally noping out of his own mind. I was talking about this on the podcast. I'm like, I think when I was watching Psychotrist watch Nokotan, me being not a psychiatrist trying to psychoanalyze a psychiatrist, I think he was trying desperately to act like he gave an F. Nokotan became boring after a few, just repetitive. Yeah. It's just like that slapstick kind of humor. Like it had no legs. I think the first episode was amazing. I thought the first episode was super good. But after that, it was just like, yep, we get the joke. Let's see. Goodbye, Dragon Life. I'm gonna say D. Like, about the only thing I liked about Dragon Life was like the beginning segments with the Lamia. I think the Lamia is super freaking cute, and I like the milk jokes that I got out of it. Like the idea of this neighborhood guy, his wife provides everybody the milk, and then at some point they have to taste test the daughter's milk because apparently the daughters need to take over for the mother. Other than that joke, didn't really care for it. Although my dear friend Nokotan bought the manga series and everything. I understand it's not for everyone. Well, it's comedy, right? That's how comedy is. Like, there's a lot of comedy series that everybody's like, nope, I don't understand what the hell is so funny about this. It's fine. It reminds me of classic newspaper comics. True. I can see that. Atole Sadly is bad. Is the bad kind, which is kind of sad seeing come from Cyber's formula. I was like a franchise that it comes from. Oh, you think it was what I was emulating? Okay. Selena's adorable, but most generic MC in the history of anime. The edgy talker boy. I noped out of it pretty quick. Have no opinion of it. I thought about going back to it later on, but I'm like, nah, I don't care. Nothing's driving me to come back to this show. Dragon Life had if Dragon Life dropped the whole demon side story, focus more on Lamia learning how to get along, it'd be a far better story. Yeah, what was crazy is when me and Chris were doing our review of it, I had to remind myself, like, holy crap, that whole fight with the demons and stuff, like, took over half the show. Like, they spent so much time with that stupid fight. It was rough. Mushroom Dog, it just felt too depressing. I didn't finish it. Terminator Zero is decent. Like, I was really coming into Terminator Zero thinking it was going to be Garbo, but I actually thought it was a solid series. Now, most of my enjoyment came around like the whole like maid thing. Like, the maid was super cool, even though it was technically that whole like discovering of your true self kind of thing. The only thing that really bogged this down for me is just way too much time spent in that stupid room talking with the AI about how evil, or how humankind is not evil, but we're evil, but we're not evil, but we're not evil. So don't think that we're evil so that you don't destroy us. Please help us, save us. Even though we're evil, we're not evil. But that's unfortunately typical with where that Terminator story goes to. One of the arcs is about dumping a race driver, which I think would be what? We're gonna have high speed at Tole with the doping up and nosing the truck or the car, or like doping up and like helping them
like hypersensitive and awareness for driving. Terminator Zero is the best the Terminator franchise. Dude, that's about the saddest thing that I've seen most people say about Terminator Zero is like it's the best it's like the best since why did it say be right back? Oh, okay. My stupid lives thing over here is showing like a way old feed. That was like the saddest thing that was coming out of all of people's responses to Terminator Zero is that like the best thing we have since Terminator 2, and that's not really saying much, but I still think it's a nice. I haven't really watched any of the Terminators since Terminator 2, and I felt it was very respectful to the source, though it does kind of go in that realm of like parallel worlds and whatnot, so it's kind of hard not to not ruin what they already had there, because it's just doing the whole like parallel realities thing, which technically kind of breaks the concept of why you even bother doing it, but it is what it is. Master Trump was okay. Was always in at least one chill series, at least feel good about. How were you chill with the mushroom dog? Like every episode feels like depressing. I only watched like 3 or 4 episodes, but it felt super depressing. I guess this is season 1 of that show. I kind of put them both together. And then MP Angler. Negative, positive Angler is our last one. And then I have to go make dinner. Because my stomach's making some mad noise. I'm sure it's probably picked up on the camera or the mic. Negative, positive Angler is basically a show about. For those that don't know what MP Angler is, Negative Positive Angler is about a guy who he is a deadbeat, and at some point he learns from a doctor that, oh, by the way, you also got a tumor, gonna die soon, got 2 years left, here's your expiration date, enjoy life, even though he was literally just trying to end his life like not 2 minutes earlier because of debt. So now that he knows like he's got an expiration date, he's like, well, F it, I'm gonna enjoy time. Ends up getting chased by some debt collectors, falls into the water, gets fished up out of the water, thanks to a group of fishermen, and Edis, who has been reincarnated as a girl who loves fishing, like she really loves fishing. And so Edis starts dragging him into fishing, the world of fishing, which he really hates, but because Edis does not take no for an answer, Edis keeps bugging him to fish. And so he fishes. She legit is Edis. Like, I could not watch that show and not see Edis. But yeah, I want to say A. I think it's a solid A. It's gonna easily end up in my top 10 of this season probably, and I'd have to double check my list, but I'm pretty sure it'll end up in my top 10. She also really wanted you to remember Tanya the Evil. Do what? Where do you get Tanya the Evil from that? Oh, the cosplay. Okay, never mind. Okay, sorry. I'm like, what are you talking? Oh, that's right, the cosplay. There was another character that they were cosplaying a bunch of, but yeah, Tanya the Evil kept popping up like crazy. What was the other? There was somebody else. Yeah, they showed him twice. And there was another character. It wasn't Miku, was it? There was another character they were cosplaying as. Yeah, they dressed up this loan shark later on. Worst loan sharks ever, by the way. Like, they're too freaking nice. I kind of get a sense of that early on. Like, they're like, hey, dude, you just won this pachinko, and he runs off. I'm like, they're actually probably really nice, aren't they? As to I think it was fine, the placement of the climax, because I did feel like they did a decent job of kind of developing his relationship with them.
Now, I will admit that like a lot of the characters, their stories weren't that great. I think the manager story was solid because it felt like it wasn't trying to resolve the issue, but it was presenting it in a respectful way. But I feel like most all the other characters, their kind of side stories weren't that in depth. But I think his and I forget what the name of the guy that he's staying with, their like interlinked story was pretty solid. I think it was good, and a lot of my predictions that I had early on about like, oh, watch, they're gonna fake out the death. Oh, what's gonna happen? Is everybody dying? Is this entire group of fishermen dyers? Like, I had a lot of preconceptions about where it could go, but I think it did well in not feeding into any of that, not making it the point. And I think that's the thing that I liked coming out of the MP Angler at the end, was that all of my expectations were ill-warranted, and it didn't feel like it was going out of its way to avoid that, but rather just say, no, we're doing this kind of thing. And I felt it was satisfying, if that makes any sense without spoiling things. It's a very vibey show. I 100% agree. The music's vibe, dude. The music is absolute vibe. Like, they could not have picked a better composer for it. Episode 10's voice acting, right? It was solid. I enjoyed it. It was a really good show in the end. So, that's it. We did it. We did it, boys. We did it, boys. We got through all 175 freaking shows. Was it 175 shows? Yeah, it's 175 shows. Like I said before, I gotta get off here quick and get to my cooksins. My cooksins. Time to make dinners. I'm gonna make I don't know what I want to make. I think I'm gonna make a hamburger salad or something like that. We'll see. Alrighty's Healing Magic and Tsukimichi were A for you. Otherwise, good tier list. So I only messed up 2 of them. I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing 2 of them. I'm doing pretty good. But that was fun. It didn't seem like I made too many people mad, so that's always good. Maybe people have accepted that I'm gonna make a bunch of bad calls. But yeah, I appreciate you guys dropping by. It was a lot of fun. Thank you, everybody, again. Thank you to No Earthly for the awesome Christmas gifts. I really appreciate that. But yeah, I will be back probably for another live stream next Thursday. I don't know. No, I got to figure it out. The next coming weeks, of course, is the new season's kicking up, and I'm not sure exactly which days I will be heavy on content, and I usually try to figure out which days I'm not covering a show or something like that. So I might move things around. We'll see. But I'll keep people posted on the Discord. If you're not there already, in the description below, there's I think Streamlabs says too. Join the Discord, and I'll keep people posted there when I do my next live. Otherwise, if you're, subbed and notified, you'll get told when I go live again. So I will see you guys once the season kicks up and things get settled down. But yeah. Don't see any calls from you. Well, that's a good thing, right? Hello, Gerald. Thanks for joining right as our stream ends, but I appreciate you dropping by. That was pretty much Tsukimichi and S. Like I said before, I second season of Tsukimichi just wasn't as great as the first season. I love the first season though. But anyways, thank you guys for dropping by. Until next time, y'all have a good one.